Hi, everybody. Good morning and welcome to Felony First Appearance Hearings. I am Judge Mindy Glazer. I will be presiding today. The video for First Appearance Hearings has been played to all defendants. And I need everybody to please stand up, raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Madam Interpreter, you want to raise your right hand and be sworn?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you swear that you will well and faithfully translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked, the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
I do, Maria Gabriela Gonzalez, certified court interpreter.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. If
Thank
there's
you.
anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room.
Cualquiera que estuviera aquí en Zoom por alguno de los casos existentes, por favor, escriba en el chat el nombre del acusado.
All right, so we're going to get started. Can the attorneys announce their name for the record, please state?
Good morning, Ana Romas on behalf of the state for out-of-state extraditions.
Nessa Ath on behalf of the state. Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Corey, I did do that promotion for Chichi K.
Morning, Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender.
The echo. It's nice to have the echo. Okay, first case on the out-of-state warrants is Rember Ruiz. Is he here?
Corrections needs a couple more minutes.
Thank you. You want us to shut down the video? Correction, we need to take a minute for corrections. Can I have the calendar to start reading maybe or what?
Don't worry, Mr. Washington, the judge's microphone is on mute, okay?
Donna, can you let Metro West Ham?
Hold on. You gotta put back the number. Number one, Metro West Detention Center. Metro West Detention Center. Number one. Then you put the name. The name. I got the judge know what number it is. I'm doing that.
Sí.
Take care. They can come. Take a look at that and see.
You ready to start?
Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge. Yes, Judge.
That's very cool, that echo. I really like it. You think you can do anything about the echo? All right, so we're gonna start with the out-of-state warrants. I don't remember where I was. The first case is Ruiz Rambert. Is he there on Zoom? Yes, Metro West 1. Good morning, sir. Locals closed. You speak English, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, your locals are closed. You're ready for pickup. Oh, we got 364. Does he have a sentence to complete or no?
Yes, the sentence expires December the 30th of 2025.
I guess you're not ready for pickup. December 30th, you said 2025?
Yes.
December. What's the 31st or the 30th? You can set it the 30th even.
The 30th is a Tuesday.
Reset it December 30th. Or do you want to do it the 29th? What's that? Monday? Reset 12/29/25. We'll see you at the end of the year. After you're set, then you'll be ready to be transported to Georgia. Have a good day.
You too.
So next we have is Reginald Miller, new case. Mr. Miller on Zoom or on TGK? Need video, we need TGK, please.
Mr. Miller is present.
Sir, you have an arrest warrant from Texas. The warrant was issued July 23rd of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
The charge for assault to a family or house member impeding breath. There's no bond on the warrant, and I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. Waiver is the quickest way out of this jail. Texas has up to 30 days to come and pick you up. If they don't get you within 30 days, you get released. The other choice is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the warrant. You're not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you're wanted in Texas. Then a lawyer will be appointed for you if you cannot afford one. And your lawyer will be able to challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant, but you'll be here at least 90 days. So basically, you can waive extradition. It's the quickest way out. Hopefully they'll get you within 15 days. And if they don't get you within 90 days, you get released.
Can I say something right quick? Yes, this was actually dropped. So I got my wife and all that, everything, checking on that now. But this was actually dropped the same day. I was in custody. Charges were dropped. I went home.
Okay, I don't really, it doesn't matter what you
But the
believe.
warrant is invalid, what I'm saying.
Valid warrant. You don't want to, you want to tell me what you want to do? I'm just going to treat it as a contest. See you in 3 months.
Just do it the quickest way for me to get out of here.
I need to hear you say it, sir. If you want to waive, tell me you want to waive. If they decide in Texas they're not going to pick you up, they're going to send a transmittal or teletype to the Miami.
So that's the waive option? Yes.
All right. Waiver no bond reset date will be June 3rd. Make sure he's picked up. Please sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported there. All right, good luck to you, sir. Next we have is Ike Shema. It's a quash. And then Aiden Slater, it's a new case.
Mr. Slater is present.
Good morning, sir. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Oregon. The warrant was issued March 11th of 2025. And the charge is robbery 2B felony, felony 1C, theft 1C felony, and another theft, a misdemeanor. There's no bond on the warrant. I need you to tell me if you want to waive or contest extradition. Waiver is the quickest way out of this jail. Oregon would have up to 30 days to pick you up. If they don't pick you up within 30 days, you get released. The other choice you have is to contest extradition, which means you want to fight the warrant. You're not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you're wanted there, but you'll be in our jail at least 90 days so that the state can get the paperwork to try and send you to Oregon. And a lawyer would be appointed for you if you cannot afford one. Your lawyer could challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant. So I need you to tell me what you want to do. Waiver's the quickest way out. They usually get you by 30 days. And if not, I'll release you. Contesting means you're fighting the warrant. You'll be here at least 90 days. You may wind up going anyway. What do you want to do, sir?
Waive it.
Our choice. You get out of here quicker. Waiver, no bond. Reset date will be June 3rd to make sure he's picked up. Please sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported over to Oregon. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Raciel Ochoa Acosta.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good morning, sir. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Colorado, and the warrant was issued March 2nd of 2024.
Buenos días, señor. Tiene usted orden de arresto del estado de Colorado. Está requisitoriado a partir del 2 de marzo del 2024.
The charge is marijuana cultivation, and there's no bond on the warrant.
La acusación es cultivo de marihuana y no existe monto de fianza disponible.
And the warrant was from March 22nd of 2024.
La orden de arresto del 22 de marzo del 2024.
I need you to tell me if you want to waive extradition or contest extradition.
Necesito que me diga si quiere aceptar la extradición, claudicar o disputar la extradición.
A waiver is the quickest way out of this jail. Colorado would have up to 30 days to come and pick you up, and if they don't pick you up within 30 days, you get released.
La forma más fácil de salir de la cárcel es claudicar, aceptar la extradición. Colorado tendría hasta 30 días para venirle a recoger. Si no lo hacen, le liberan.
The other choice you have is to contest extradition. That means you want to fight the warrant. You're not fighting the charges, just a piece of paper that says you're wanted in Colorado.
La otra forma es disputar la extradición y eso le deja más tiempo en la cárcel. No estaría disputando los cargos, sino únicamente su identidad. Y puede estar encarcelado hasta 90 días.
So anyway, if you want to contest extradition, a lawyer will be appointed for you. If you cannot afford one, your lawyer would be able to challenge the legal sufficiency of a governor's warrant.
Si quiere disputar la extradición y no tiene dinero para abogados, se le asignaría uno y le representaría para disputar la suficiencia legal de la orden de arresto requisitoriado por parte del gobernador.
So you'll be in our jail at least 90 days if you want to waive extradition. I mean, if you want to contest extradition, you'll be in the jail at least 90 days. If you want to waive extradition, it's the quickest way out of this jail. You'll be out of here by 30 days. I need you to tell me what you want to do.
Bueno, si quiere disputar la extradición, va a permanecer hasta 90 días en nuestra cárcel. Y si quiere aceptar la extradición, tiene 30 días y es la forma más fácil de salir de esta cárcel. How does that go?
You have an arrest warrant from Colorado for cultivating marijuana. Do you understand that?
Tiene orden de arresto del estado de Colorado por el cultivo de marihuana. ¿Entiende hasta ahí?
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
So they want to see you. There's no bond on the warrant.
Quieren tenerlo ante su tribunal. No hay monto de fianza disponible.
Sí.
You cannot
Yes.
waive extradition and agree to go to Colorado. It's the quickest way out of our jail.
Puede claudicar a la extradición, o sea, aceptar, lo cual es la forma más rápida de salir de nuestras cárceles.
Sí, acepto la tradición.
Yes, I waive
That's a
the
smart. Get out
extradition.
of here quicker.
Inteligente la opción que ha tomado, va a salir de aquí más rápido.
It's a waiver, no bond. Reset date will be June 3rd to see if he gets make sure he gets transported to Colorado.
Bien, está claudicando a la extradición. Su próxima fecha ante este tribunal es el 3 de junio para nosotros confirmar que ya lo han recogido de Colorado.
All right, make sure to sign the waiver paperwork at the jail. It just means you agree to be transported to Colorado. Have a good day.
Asegúrese de llenar y firmar la extradición el día de hoy porque así es la forma más rápida de salir de nuestras cárceles.
Next, we have Virginia Saavedra.
Pass her for a moment. She's not here yet, Judge. Oh, she's here. Apparently she's here. She's here. Judge, apparently she's not here. If we can just pass her.
Okay.
What about Deidre Sullivan?
We have Deirdre O'Sullivan.
Sir, please.
What'd you say?
We need to pass her. She's not here yet.
Oh, okay. Heather Payne is a quash. Matthew Ciccarella. Good morning, Metro West 2. He has pending the next court date for a local for misdemeanor is November 19th. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. I'm looking at the wrong name.
You scared me.
Sorry. Our locals are closed. Are his locals closed? Corrections?
Sorry, Judge.
It's for Mr. Ciccarella, where his locals closed.
For the misdemeanor, he received it was a bind down, yes, so CTS.
Okay, great. He's ready then for pickup by Kentucky. So we're going to reset this case.
I have two. I have one Kentucky and one Ohio.
Oh, okay. He's ready for pickup. So the Kentucky warrant case will be reset June 3rd. We'll see which one's coming to pick him up first. And then the Ohio warrant is also reset June 3rd. I don't know which states come first.
Do I find that out on June 3rd? Would I know anything or?
Yeah, whoever comes to pick you up, you'll see who arrives.
Okay.
All right. Have a nice day, sir.
Hey, you too.
Then we have Dario Massett. He's at Metro West 3. He needs a Spanish interpreter. Your Miami case is set for August 7th. So we're going to reset this warrant from Texas to August 8th to see if you've closed out your Miami case. He needs a Spanish interpreter, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Tenemos que esperar hasta que les cierren el caso aquí, hasta que lo transporten al otro estado.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good day. Next is Aaron Gilbert, quash. Anthony Bryan is a quash. Mel Earp, Mr. Earp, good morning. Hey, how you doing? Are his locals closed? He got convicted with CTS. He also has a warrant for Lee County. What's
He was
going
on the in-state warrant calendar last week, Judge. Did he pay his bond corrections on the in-state?
For this is Mr. Earl.
Yeah.
For the in-state, no, it's still $6,000 here.
Okay. So he's ready for pickup for Lee County?
Hold on.
He's already set for June 2nd, Judge.
Okay. Can we make sure Lee County's been notified to pick him up? Reset it June 2nd to see if he gets picked up by then.
I'll let them know, Judge, because I don't see that TTY was sent.
Can you make sure it was sent, please? Thank you. All right, have a good day, sir. I think that's it. One more, Dominic Martinez, Gina Firmo, Quash. That's it for the out-of-states.
Yeah.
We have two that we passed. Are they here? Sorry, it's not it. I'm pushing along.
Not yet, Judge.
Okay, gotta wait until they're here.
I'll hold on.
All right, in-state calendar. Corrections, can I call one at a turn? Who is it, number 8?
Yes.
Can I call Harant Nazarian at a turn? There's a private attorney here. He's number 8 on the in-state calendar. I gotta find it. No, I'll find it. It's slow. Okay. Almost done.
Present.
Yeah, there's problems. Good morning, sir. Wait a minute, I'm seeing stuff here. No, but I'll find it. It's here. It's just. Wait a minute. You did the calendar. Here it is. All right, good morning, sir. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Sarasota County, Florida. The warrant was issued May 5th of 2025. And it says scheme to defraud, no bond, and theft over $100,000, no bond. So your attorney is here. Good morning.
Yes,
What is your name?
Yes, good morning, Judge. Yale Sanford on behalf of Mr. Nazarian.
Okay. Anything you want to say?
Nope, I've reviewed the document. It looks like there is a valid warrant, and we'll be waiving extradition.
You don't waive on an in-state warrant.
Or just
You can either try and reach out to Sarasota County on your own, see if they'll agree to a bond. If so, contact Ms. S. She'll give you a sample copy of an order. Otherwise, we reset it in 15 days for pickup. So if you want to reach out to Sarasota County
sure.
and see if they'll agree to a bond, no problem. We can address that also in the afternoon if you're able to get it. She'll send you a sample copy of an order.
Sure. Thank you, Judge.
All right. So your lawyer's on top of things. He's going to try and get you a bond out of Sarasota County.
Thank you so much.
And I'll reset it. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it in 15 days for pickup for June 3rd. If you're able to get a bond, whether it's this afternoon or tomorrow, just pop in and we'll get it called out of turn.
Thank you so much, Judge.
And do you have a copy of our affidavit? Renee,
if I can have one, thank you.
he needs a copy of it because that way, if you're gonna get a bond, it has to be in the same. All the information and has to be the same as it is on this. Figure it out. Thank you.
Still no bond and reset for 6/3?
Correct. No bond, reset June 3rd. Okay, thank you.
Judge, we have the two in-state out of state that we passed, Saavedra and O'Sullivan.
Okay, so let's in Saavedra and O'Sullivan. So is she there?
She's coming.
Saavedra?
You should have both, Judge. Saavedra's present, Judge.
Good morning, ma'am. You. 1 second. So what does she have? Locals pending? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, she has locals pending.
Let me set up. So your next court date is November 19th. It's a misdemeanor. Is that right?
They actually RR'd her on the locals and made
Who did that? Which
Judge Verdi.
Judge Verdi. Oh, isn't that nice of her? Judge Verdi ROR'd her on the locals. Okay. Where's M256493?
That's the RR, Judge.
What kind of case is that?
It's trespass, 2 counts of trespassing, author warning, trespass to occupy a structure, resisting officer without violence, and then false name ID after arrest.
Wait, 2 counts of trespass after warning and resisting?
Correct.
Without?
Yes, and then a false name ID after arrest.
When did Judge Verdi ROR her?
I show May 16th, 2025.
That was very nice of her. Shame it's not going to close this case out for her to get transported. And the next court date's November 19th.
So that's still a contest, correct?
No, she had a pre-signed waiver. We discharged the public defender. So wait, she ROR'd her on May 16th?
Yes, that's what the jail said.
I'll reach out to division, Your Honor.
Okay, that's good. Otherwise, she's going to be sitting here for June, July, August, September, October, 5.5 months waiting for this misdemeanor to get set.
And what's the reset date?
I don't know. Ms. Corey, what do you want me to do? Try next week?
Judge, yes, she's, it's for report regarding jail diversion. I think there's some underlying issues that are going on here, and that's probably why she was released.
No, well, I don't they know that she has an extradition warrant?
I would assume they would, Judge. Yes, they do.
Okay. I don't know when you want me to set it. November 19th, 18th, November 20th, maybe? When do you want me to set it?
Perhaps the state could talk to their counterpart to try to get this resolved. There's
I will do that. We can maybe do a 2-week reset because sometimes it's difficult to get an answer from that division, but is she represented by the PD in the misdemeanor case?
yes,
Are you able to contact them as well so that maybe?
I will. But I don't know how much we can do if the state.
No, I get it. I'll reach out and see.
I don't know. Given the underlying charge, I don't think it's going to get resolved by a plea. You want me to
It's a trespass, Judge.
trespass and resisting an officer?
Right. Not by a plea, but by the state withdrawing the charges.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
Well, Judge, there's
19.
other issues at hand that.
I understand. You want me to set it next week, Wednesday or Thursday? What do you think?
Sure, that's fine, Your Honor, just to give me time to contact them.
Reset May 28th.
Okay, thank you.
Renee, I need a copy of this one, please. Deirdre O'Sullivan is next.
Ms. O'Sullivan is present.
Good morning, Ms. O'Sullivan. Ma'am, you got a warrant. So this 1 second, just locals. Let me see. So you have locals pending. The next court date is May 19th. Isn't that today or no? It's today the 16th.
Yes.
I don't know what day it is, frankly. It's Monday. That's all I know. So it's set today. So given that you're here, chances are you're not going to see your judge on your local case. Yep, reset it the 21st. Tomorrow, all right. All right. Thank you. That's
Thank
it.
you, Your Honor.
Thank you much, Ms. Romas. Back on the in-state calendar. Shatavia Weaver. Morning, Ms. Weaver. Ma'am, you have a warrant. Let's see what's wrong. You got an arrest warrant from Flagler County, Florida. It was issued March 20th of 2024. Operating a motor vehicle without a license, $1,000 bond, reckless driving, $1,000 bond. Your total bond is $2,000. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. If you're able to post the $2,000 bond, do so at the jail you're at. If you don't have money for a bond, you'll have to wait up to 15 days for Flagler County to pick you up. Your case is reset here for June 3rd to make sure you either posted a bond or were transported. Have a nice day. Next, we have Shakira Pupo. Thanks for.
Pupo's present.
Good morning, Miss Mindy.
Ms. Pupo, you got arrested on a warrant from Palm Beach County, Florida. The warrant was issued May 12th of 2025 for failure to appear, complying for plea conference, and then let's see what it says. Public defender's office is appointed for you.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no bond on it, so it looks like you're gonna have to wait up to 15 days for Palm Beach County to pick you up. They usually come once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. And the reset date is June 3rd to make sure you are transported there. All right.
Okay, if they do not come pick me up in 15 days, I'll be released.
Well, if we call them to see what the delay was, and then it depends on how I believe the situation should be handled. I don't know. After
If I get a bond, will that show and I can be released?
Right now, it's no bond. So you're gonna have to go to Palm Beach County, and that judge there has to give you the bond. So, but they'll come get you. Palm Beach is pretty regular. Don't worry, you'll go quickly there. All right, have a nice day.
All right, thank you.
Third, Bradley Salter is next. Good morning, Mr. Salter. You were arrested on a warrant from Santa Rosa County, Florida. The warrant was issued March 20th of 2025 for driving with a suspended or revoked license.
Judge, Mr. Salter indicates this is the first time he's been arrested on this. Could we reset him for the afternoon?
All right, he also has a possession with intent to sell drugs, so I'll reset his case in the afternoon. I don't know if they're gonna give him a bond, but no problem. Troy Scott is next. Mr. Scott here. Feel free to line him up. Good morning, Mr. Scott. You have an arrest warrant from Monroe County, Florida. The warrant was issued on December 31st of 2024. Failure to appear for resisting an officer without violence, $10,000 bond. Resisting an officer with violence, $25,000 bond, and battery on a law enforcement officer, $10,000. So the total bond is $45,000. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. If you're able to post a $45,000 bond, please do so at this jail you're at. If you don't have money for a bond, you'll have to wait up to 15 days for Monroe County to pick you up. The reset date is June 3rd to make sure you either posted a bond or transported. You have a question, sir?
My time for all those charges already. They just bring it back up. I did all my time for those charges that stuck out in jail.
I don't know what happened. They issued a bond. They said that you missed something. You missed court on this case, so I'm sorry. It's pretty quickly. That's a lot of money to have to post. Usually they come hopefully once a week, and you'll go sometime this week, sir, to Monroe. Good luck to you. Next we have is Jeff Melenis. Good morning, Mr. Melenis. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Palm Beach County, Florida. The warrant was issued on September 15th of 2023, failure to appear for plea conference for battery by strangulation and false imprisonment. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's no bond on the charge. You're going to have to wait up to 15 days for Palm Beach County to pick you up. The reset date here is June 3rd to make sure you are transported there. Have a good day, sir.
You said June 3rd?
They're going to pick you up anytime between now and June 3rd.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, sir. George Pino is next.
Mr. Pino, come on. Turn around this way.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Arrest warrant. It's from Broward County. The warrant was issued. 1 second. They signed the 2 places. The warrant was issued on February 6th of 2025. Felony not in custody capias for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You may
Which Mr. Pino does not have funds for a bond?
I'm sorry. Listen, they usually come once a week. You shouldn't have to wait that long. I'm resetting your case for June 3rd, but you should hopefully go sometime this week. All right. Have a good day. No, it's no bond. Reset June 3rd. Antoine Redding is next.
Yeah. Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Redding. You have an arrest warrant. It's from Monroe County, Florida. The warrant was issued March 20th, 2025 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Unfortunately, there is no bond. You'll have to wait up to 15 days for Monroe County to pick you up. The reset date is June 3rd to make sure you are transported.
Your Honor, I have a quick question, please.
I'm sorry. I'm a bit slow today. What'd you say?
He's got a question, Judge.
Your Honor, do the court see all the charges that's on the warrant? Because some of them were dropped, and I would like to be made aware that of all the charges that I'm facing
It
against.
shows here, it says violation of probation regarding a DWLS. So that's all I have. You have a violation of probation. And once you get to Monroe County, your lawyer can explain what the basis of the violation of probation is. Okay. So it's reset here June 3rd to make sure you get transported. No bond. Have a nice day.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Take care.
Take care. We did Mr. Nazaran. And then we have Zadel Cardoso. Good morning. Sir, you have a warrant from Palm Beach County. It was issued April 7th of 2025 for violation of probation. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. In English is okay?
Yeah.
There's no bond, so you're gonna have to wait up to 15 days for Palm Beach County to pick you up. The reset date here is June 3rd to make sure you are transported there. Good luck to you, sir.
She reinstate my probation here?
I can't reinstate probation here. You got to see the judge over in Palm Beach County. Next is Daryl Johnson. Mr. Johnson here.
Your Honor, he's in medical. We couldn't get him.
He's in medical. Ms. Corey, I'll appoint in your office. He has a no bond warrant, felony capias, grand theft, in violation of pretrial release, no bond. Appoint the public defender's office and reset June 3rd to make sure it gets transported. We have Daryl Johnson is,
We just go back on Mr. Cardoso for corrections to look at the jail card and see if anything else is holding him.
Yes, he's in custody on a probation warrant case being held, no bond.
So is the reason why he's on calendar, if he can't go to Palm Beach, he should be off calendar, correct?
Correct. Bond hearing, that's
oh,
me.
sorry, sir, false alarm. Next is Daryl Johnson. Got a lot more left. Isn't that nice? Did I need to make a call? So I'll do it while you're all here. You know, I called Daryl Johnson.
Well, he's a medical judge.
Medical, Your Honor.
I'm so sorry. That's my bad. 1 second. Who's that next? Mr. Washington? Marquise Washington is on Zoom. Good morning. Sir, you have a warrant from Indian River County. It was issued on March 14th of 2024 for uttering a forged check, $10,000 bond, petty theft, $1,500. Is that what it says? And then another uttering a forged check, $15,000. Total bond is $26,500. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. What's your question?
I never been on Indian River. I never been arrested, man. I never did anything. So
Well,
I don't know.
You got a bond. You don't have to be physically present there. It could have been something over the mail. I don't know.
Somebody probably used my information. I never been arrested a day in my life.
You can call the public defender's office. They can look into it for you. But right now you got a bond of $26,500.
Which is how much?
$26,500 is the
10%.
bonds. Usually the bondsman take a percentage of that amount. That's a contract between you and them.
So 10% of that is what, 2,000?
$2,650 would be 10%. Call the public defender's office. Maybe they can look into it for you, sir.
Yeah, because I never been arrested, ma'am. I don't know what's going on.
Okay.
I don't know if someone stole my identity or used my name, but I never been arrested.
All right. I'm resetting your case here for June 3rd to make sure you either posted a bond or transported. If the PD finds something else out and they want to bring it back to calendar, they're welcome to do so.
So if I post bond here, would I get out?
You get out of jail, just keep all future court dates over in Indian River County. Okay.
Okay.
Good luck.
So what?
Can you look in anything there?
Yeah, they have no pictures, no evidence, or nothing that I did it. So I don't understand.
Pardon, Judge?
He says it's not him. He's never been arrested.
Yeah, this is my first charge ever. I never been out of country. I never been. Someone must
go there. It could be over a check that you wrote. That was.
I never wrote anything. Someone stole my. I don't get in trouble, man.
I don't know. Miss Corey, can you look into it for him?
I can look into it. I don't know if I'll be able to do it today, get anything resolved today, but I'll look into it.
And if you do, just bring it back to the court. Okay.
Definitely.
Sorry.
So
Was reset for the PM?
I don't think she wants me to. I don't know if she'll have a chance. She said.
So the reset for tomorrow?
You want me to set it tomorrow or no? Or just to put it back on?
I'll put it back on, Judge, as soon as I
Put it on. If she
hear
hears
anything, I can get it resolved, then I'll put it back on immediately.
All right, reset it June 3rd. She will be on top of it if she's able to resolve something, okay?
Okay, so how long do I have to sit here?
15 days. The 15 days, and hopefully they'll pick you up by June 3rd, or Miss Corey will find something out beforehand and we'll bring you back.
But if I bond out, I can get out. I have a bond, right?
Yes.
26,500. Reset June 3rd. Good luck to you, sir.
26,000 or 2,600.
It's your bond is $26,500. Okay. Next we have is Yuri Yakolev. He's on Zoom. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
I
Yes?
understand English.
Okay. You have an arrest warrant from Pinellas County, Florida. The warrant was issued Friday, is that Friday? Yeah, May 16th. It says direct information on, what did it say? Ground theft with bond, $500,000. And then it says criminal use of personal identification, $5,000. And no contact with the victim or area of offense. Your total bond is $505,000. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. If you are able to post a $505,000 bond, I say it right.
It's an immigration hold, Judge.
You have an immigration hold as well. So anyway, basically, you may want to wait till you resolve this case. Yes, sir.
Can I have translator?
Absolutely. We're going to pass it. What, Russian?
Yes.
You understand immigration holds? You're here illegally, I guess, or you got some problem with immigration? They want it there. So even if you post the bond, you're not going to get out.
May I speak Russian?
Yeah, we'll get a Russian interpreter. Just sit tight. It'll be a few minutes.
Okay.
Next, we have Christian Sanchez Ramon. He's here on Zoom, Metro West 8. Do you speak English, sir?
No.
Interpreter present. Yo le voy a asistir, señor Sánchez Román.
Good morning, sir. You have a warrant. It's from Monroe County, Florida. It was issued July 25th of 2024.
Buenos días, señor. Tiene una orden de arresto del condado Monroe, fecha de emisión 25 de julio del 2024.
Also, it's for failure to appear for a moving traffic violation and driving with a license, revoked license.
También está requisitoriado por falta de comparecencia para encarar una infracción de tránsito, a más conducir con la licencia revocada.
So I will appoint the public defender's office for you. When you have a bond on the case, it's $500.
Tiene monto de fianza, le asigno abogado de oficio. El monto de fianza son $500.
So if you can post a $500 bond, you can get out of jail. But if you don't have money for a bond, you'll have to wait up to 15 days for Monroe County to pick you up.
Si es que tiene los $500 para pagar la fianza, puede salir. Si no, tendrá que quedar encarcelado hasta 15 días para que le recojan del condado Monroe.
All right, have a nice day.
Que tenga buen día.
Thank you. Next, on the warrants, Alan Hunt.
He's NBC, Judge.
NBC, appoint the public defender's office. You want me to resend it tomorrow or what? He's charged of murder.
Judge, no, we can waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. I'm setting no bond. Reset June 3rd to make sure he's transported to Sarasota County. Then there's Kara Smith.
He's NBC also, Judge.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive his presence warrant from Broward for violation of probation, no bond, reset June 3rd. All right, so we'll pass them all, waiting for Mr. Yakolev for a Russian interpreter. What do you want? Out of turns for corrections? At this point, I don't care where we start, given that it's a terribly miserable day.
Was the Russian interpreter call, Judge, or we need to call for one?
I think Renee was going to call, so you can sit tight. 1 second. All right. Crystal Brown, page 1.
I know she has a bench warrant, but she may qualify for pretrial.
She'll come to court.
Up to you, Judge.
Okay.
She received pretrial alternate 2,500 on her traffic case.
When? Today?
Yes.
Really? Who's working today? That's nice. Oh, he's such a nice man. Okay, good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for possession of crack cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charges. So do you got a place to stay?
Yes, ma'am.
Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500, count one, and 500, count two. Have a good day. Next is Fahemi Foresmi on page 3.
She received a dollar bond on her misdemeanor case, and she also has a domestic violence warrant. She's out on probation on F-23-9007, F-23-5748.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for strong arm robbery. It's from May 17th. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Would you want to do $1 on the second count of criminal mischief? That's for the other case.
Second case for criminal mischief.
Yep. So $1 on count 2 and 3.
1 minute. All right. What's the criminal mischief? There is none. Okay. So you were ordered to stay. There's probable cause for strong arm robbery and one count of criminal mischief, I guess. Why is it 3 counts for kicking the car?
Maybe she destroyed the car 3 separate times, but it's all the same car.
I didn't see any.
No value. I know.
All right, so stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are WD. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You understand the stay away order?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, strong arm robbery. I'll set it at $5,000. There's probable cause with the probation hold. And then the other case, F-25-10144. You don't want me to set 150, set $1 each count?
150 count 1, $1, 2 and 3.
150 count 1, $1 count 2, and $1 count 3. Have a nice day. Next is Eric Davis. You two take care.
Correction City already see the misdemeanor judge.
Yeah, she got $1,000 on one traffic case, which is the DUI damage to property or person and leaving the scene of accident damage unattended. It's $250.
We're Eric Davis.
We're on Eric Davis. Oops.
What are you talking about?
Number 2.
I thought you called Miss Maria Sevilla.
No, you gave me a bunch out of turn to call. Eric Davis, number 6 is next. Oh, I'm gonna stand up.
He's number 18 on the calendar.
Okay.
And corrections, did you see the misdemeanor judge yet?
No.
Okay.
This is like a lot of stress working here today, huh? It's okay. It's better than driving from the Midwest for 26 hours. Yeah. Take your time, bring in whoever you want. We also have Kenneth Navarro.
It's gonna be Eric Davis coming up, Judge.
Okay. Probable cause for possession of cannabis.
That's all right. It's just over 20.
I see now. Good morning, sir. You got arrested for possession of cannabis more than 20 grams and possession of cannabis within 1,000 feet of a school, which is not a charge that I'm aware of. But anyway, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. You want tap? Tap is good.
Yes, Judge, I'd ask that you find no probable cause in count 2, and for count 1, it doesn't state whether or not the bags were added.
The judge said just possession, Ms. Corey.
Perfect.
Alternate bond. Count 1 will be $1. I don't know. You want $1? One of those or tap alternate bond, $1 count 1, release outright count 2. You have to come back to court for the arraignment. What day are we today? 30 days. Is that July what? July 3rd? June 18th. What are we in now? May. Oh, pushing a month ahead. So June 18th, you have to come to court for your arraignment on June 18th at 9 a.m. Except I don't have a judge. It shows Judge Nunez, who's a county judge. Do you know what division it's in?
I have Judge Millie on, Judge, on the calendar.
Yeah, 7-2.
Courtroom 7-2. Have a good day.
Count 2 was no PC release out, right?
Yes, ma'am. Let me know when you see a Russian interpreter here too. Next is Kenneth Navarro Flores.
Present speaking.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint that's not him.
Oh wait, no, Judge, this is not him.
So you should have next out of turn Alejandro Gonzalez.
No, he's at page 11. Okay, whatever. I got it here. Hi, Mr. Gonzalez. You were arrested for possession of a controlled substance called methamphetamine, false name after arrest, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on felony bond, so you got to hold to see the judge tomorrow for case F25-3123. So let me review. So there's probable cause for count 1. Count 2. Count 3. There's probable cause. So count 1 is $2,500. Count 2 is $500. Count 3 is $1. Hi, Iris. How you doing? Yeah, you doing all right? That's it. You'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a good day. One second.
The Spanish interpreter next.
Interpreter present. Yo le voy a servir de intérprete, joven.
All right, sorry. What happened to Kenneth Navarro Flores? Good morning. You speak English, sir?
He has a hold for immigration.
Okay, English or Spanish?
Spanish, please.
Sir, good morning. You were arrested for possession of cocaine. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor, quedó usted arrestado por tenencia de cocaína. Le voy a asignar a los abogados de defensa y tiene orden de detención por parte de la entidad migratoria.
Am I missing something? I don't see, oh, here it is.
I'm sorry, which defendant is this?
There's probable cause. Mr. Kenneth Navarro.
Okay, I see it. It talks about cocaine.
So it's, your bond is $2,500 and you have an immigration hold, so you may want to consult with an immigration lawyer before you post the bond.
El monto de fianza es $2,500, pero antes de pagar fianza, tal vez le sea conveniente hablar con abogado migratorio.
Corrections, he also has an in-state fugitive warrant.
También tiene orden de detención dentro del estado de la Florida, está requisitoriado.
Yes, for $2,000, and he has 3 traffic cases. He's gonna go to jail arraignment next on.
Thank you.
Ese monto de fianza es $2,000 y además va a pasar ahora a las audiencias de primera comparecencia de delitos menores, donde tiene que encarar 3 casos de tránsito.
All right, she's explaining it to him. Have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Good morning, sir.
Spanish for Mr. Castro Canaca, please.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for driving with a license permanently revoked and driving as a habitual traffic offender.
Buenos días, señor. Quedó usted arrestado por conducir sin portar licencia de conducir. Una licencia de conducir que está permanentemente revocada y también por ofensor de tránsito reincidente.
I understand he's on for probable
No.
cause hearing today with regard to count 1, whether or not it is permanently revoked.
I didn't know that. Do you want to stipulate to $1 since she's got the ICE hold?
That's fine.
Okay.
Le vamos a imponer monto de $1. Además, hoy día tiene una audiencia para ver si está permanente revocada la licencia o no. Además, tiene orden de detención por parte de la entidad migratoria, ICE.
All right, so count 1 is $1, count 2 is $2,500.
Primer cargo, $1. Segundo cargo, $2,500.
All right, so you have an immigration hold, you said, right? Corrections, you may want to consult with a lawyer before you post your bonds.
Tiene orden de detención por parte de la entidad migratoria. Tal vez querrá consultar con abogado migratorio.
And Judge, what was his bond?
Dollar count 1, $2,500 count 2.
$1 de fianza en el primer cargo, $2,500 en el segundo cargo.
And the INS hold, correct?
Correct. Then we have Richard Bosch, page 16. Hello, Mr. Bosch. Is this Mr. Bosch or no?
Hi, Your Honor, how you doing?
Sir, you got arrested for battery by a detainee on another detainee. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Judge is on for probable cause hearing. The arrest form did not state who initiated the altercation.
I didn't know that. You want $1 on this too, Miss Corey?
$1 is fine.
Yeah, okay, $1 bond. That's fine. Have a good day. Calling Thami Forreste. Count, oh, sorry, count 1 is $150.
Which case are you on, Judge?
Case, Judge, for
F25-10144. What's the issue?
they on the calendar is showing 3 counts for that case.
What do you have?
I only have 1 count on the card, but on the Chestnut's calendar, she has 3 counts as well.
But that's why I did it 150 count 1, $1 count 2, and $1 count 3. Is that okay or no?
Yes, that's fine. We didn't hear the dollars, Judge.
Oh, yeah, I said $1 for the other 2. Thank you.
And then for the other case, 10124, just to clarify, $5,000.
$5,000.
Thank you.
Get a probation hold, I think. Okay, I'm calling a case on page 8. Frank Watts, there's family in court. Good morning. How you doing?
What page?
Page 8.
He just came in, Judge. Can we pass and go to? He's coming in? Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Watts is present. Come on over.
Good morning, Mr. Watts. You were arrested. I'm sorry, it's Mr. Boyd. Wait, who is this?
Watts.
This is Mr. Watts.
Watts, you were arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer at a high rate of speed. Who are you all?
I'm his dad. That's his mom.
Your mother and father are in court, so I'm appointing the public defender's office for you.
So there's PC. I don't see any criminal history. His passenger had an AR-15.
Passenger had a gun and ran. So what do you want me to do? Set a bond?
Set a bond.
Okay, I'll set a bond. Does he give you problems at home?
No, ma'am.
Giving you problems now.
First time he ever been in trouble, we're young.
Does he go to school or was he working?
He working.
He was in college, but he was in Montana, and it was too cold for him, so he came back and he's working at Home Depot.
That's
And
good.
we just found out these guys
Well, these guys he's hanging with are going to help him get a one-way ticket to prison if he keeps hanging out with these guys with the AR guns, because that's what's going to happen. But maybe he's an adult. He has to make his own choices. You can only lead him a certain way. Listen, it's a second-degree felony, fleeing and eluding at a high rate of speed. He's running stop signs. Is that a car under your name when you're insurance?
It's on my name.
You may want to take them keys and give him a bicycle.
Got it.
I'm setting a bond. It's $2,500. I lowered it for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good luck to you, sir. You know, driving's a privilege, not a right. You see the blue lights, you got to stop. And anybody you put in your car who has something illegal on them, they're going to say it's yours as well. It sounds like you have raised by a nice family. You ought to listen to your mom and dad. You're never too old, young. You're never too, was it old to learn something from your parents, okay? Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next, you want me to call this one next? Arsenio Boyd?
Yes. You got to call the bondsman.
Yeah, call a bondsman. It's gonna take several hours. I mean, it may not be till nighttime till he gets out. Call a bondsman to get him.
Judge, we do have the Russian interpreter here also.
Oh, we have a Russian interpreter. Where's the paperwork? In-state calendar, Russian interpreter. Thank you. Madam Interpreter, raise your right hand. Are you there? Let me promote her.
She's rejoining now, Judge.
Okay. Good morning. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will translate from English to Russian and Russian to English to the best of your abilities? If so, state I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Put your hand, just state your name for the record, please.
For the record, name of Russian Florida Supreme Court certified interpreter is Ina Owens, INNAOWENS.
Thank you. All right, good morning. This is Mr. Yakolev. You were arrested on an arrest warrant from Pinellas County, Florida.
Доброе утро, мистер Яковлев. Значит, вы здесь по причине того, что вас арестовали по ордеру на арест в другом месте во Флориде, Пенинс, Флорида.
The warrant was issued last Friday, May 16th of 2025.
16 марта 2025 года, 16 мая, извините, 2025 года был выписан этот ордер.
Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer to represent you on this warrant?
Сэр, у вас есть деньги, чтобы нанять частного адвоката, который будет представлять ваши интересы по этому ордеру на арест?
Я не понимаю, какое дело. Это что такое?
I don't understand what case we're talking about.
Before we get there, I need to know if you have the financial means to pay for a private lawyer.
Значит, до того, как мы будем об этом говорить, я хочу спросить, есть ли у вас деньги, чтобы нанять частного адвоката?
Я не знаю, если моя жена сможет позволить частного адвоката сейчас.
I don't know if my wife can afford to hire a private attorney.
Well, do you own your home?
У вас дом есть, которым вы владеете?
Нет, мы снимаем жилье.
No, we're renting.
Do you have money in the bank that could be used to pay for a private lawyer?
У вас деньги в банке есть, которые позволят вам нанять адвоката?
Я не знаю, что у нас сейчас сбережения. Меня арестовали 24 апреля сотрудники ICE по делу о пересечении границы, что я незаконно
I don't know what savings we have in the bank account at this point. I was arrested on April 24th by ICE agents because I crossed Mexican border.
I'll appoint the public defender's office for you.
Хорошо, я назначу вам общественного адвоката.
Просто мне сказали... Я не понимаю, в каком месте я совершил преступление. Я никогда не совершал
I don't understand in which place I committed a crime. I never committed any crime.
So all I have is the information that you have an arrest warrant from Pinellas County. It's one count is grand theft with a $500,000 bond.
Значит, все, что я знаю, что выписан ордер на ваш арест из округа Pinellas за то, что захищение в крупном размере и назначен залог в сумме $500,000.
And you have another charge for criminal use of personal identification with a $5,000 bond.
И также еще одна статья, что вы использовали какую-то подложную, значит, информацию.
Я использовал или использовали мою
What
информацию?
again? What was the second count again? Somebody used my identification, or I used somebody's identification?
That you unlawfully use somebody's personal identification.
Вы использовали чью-то информацию, и за это залог $5,000 по второй статье.
And also, so your total bond amount is $505,000.
Поэтому сейчас общая сумма залога $505,000.
So, and you were also ordered to have no contact with the victim and stay away from the area of the offense.
Также приказано никакого контакта с пострадавшей и не приближаться в то место, где произошло это преступление.
So, sir, if you're able to post the $505,000 bond, then you'll get out of jail after immigration deals with the immigration hold.
Поэтому, сэр, если вы сможете поместить залог на сумму $505,000, то тогда иммиграция будет вами заниматься, потому что также стоит запрет на ваш выпуск из тюрьмы, иммиграционный запрет ICE.
Otherwise, your case is reset here for June 3rd to make sure you either posted a bond and got out of jail or were transported to Pinellas County.
Значит, ваше следующее слушание будет 3 июня для того, чтобы посмотреть, выпустили вас под залог, либо если у вас деньги, чтобы вас выпустили под залог, и если нет, то мы вас будем переводить вот в тот округ, где они поставили заявку на арест, это Pinellas County.
Где он находится, это Pinellas County?
Where is Pinellas County located?
I don't know.
Like
Tampa.
Я не
Tampa.
знаю. В Тампе.
Там.
In Tampa.
Have a good day, sir. Anything further? Because it's no.
Еще что-нибудь?
Reset the case June 3rd and make sure he's bonded out or was transported over to Pinellas County. Good day.
Значит, дело назначено снова на 3 июня, и если он не выйдет под залог до этого, то переносится его дело в Pinellas County.
А может быть какая-то ошибка, потому что у меня неправильная фамилия написана или что-то еще?
Is it possible that there is a mistake because maybe they misspelled my name or something?
I don't know.
Даже сейчас у меня написана неправильная фамилия.
Because even now, the way I see this on this Zoom, my last name is misspelled.
You have to talk to the judge in Pinellas County.
Вам нужно будет поговорить с судьей в округе Pinellas об этом.
Do you have any information about your case here other than the paper that's before the court?
Потому что у нас вообще нет никакой информации о вашем кейсе из того округа, только информация о суде, который ордер выписал на ваш арест.
Я знаю, моя жена тоже смотрела, не могла ничего найти по делу.
I know my wife also searched the web. She couldn't find anything about this case.
Okay. Thank you. Good day, sir.
Понятно.
Thank you,
Ну.
Madam Interpreter, for coming in.
My pleasure,
Спасибо.
Judge. Пожалуйста.
Next,
Thank
we
you.
are set
Boyd, your nephew's name.
Javon.
Javon?
Javon. Awesome.
Corrections, you can take back Mr. Yakole. Who's next? I have just Arsenio Boyd. Who do you have?
We should have the female. Do you guys have any out of turns, Judge?
She called Mr. Boyd out of turn.
Is this Mr. Boyd? Good morning.
Good morning.
Boyd, you were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. I think there's a box in court.
Yes, ma'am. Can I?
Right. I understand the motivation behind the defendant's attack of the victim.
I can't have the victim. Who are you, ma'am?
His girlfriend.
Oh, your girlfriend's in court. Okay.
But there's no justification for his actions.
I didn't read it.
He has a domestic violence warrant. He should go to DV on tomorrow. I see his sister is on Zoom as well.
All right. Does she want to be heard? He's lucky he made it out alive. That's all I can say. Not him, the victim. Okay. I don't, Ms. Corey, do you have any argument about, is it aggravated?
Yes, Judge, there's nothing indicating that Mr. Floyd needed any stitches, nothing indicating any permanent injury. I would ask that you find probable cause at best for simple battery.
No, it says, one sec. Okay, you're saying the defendant was the one who needs stitches on his hand.
Well, he's the one that needed stitches and
From punching the victim so
fractures,
hard.
but it's not clear.
I can't imagine there's ever a jury in this county that's going to convict him for protecting his daughter.
It does say that the victim had a major laceration to his forehead.
I want to know how well his daughter. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Javon Floyd. No contact with him, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the alleged victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. And if the victim's still living in the home, you have to move out and find somewhere else to go. So you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the sister's online. Is that the victim's mother?
Judge, of my understanding that the alleged victim is also in custody.
You better keep them separate. He probably ain't done.
Right, Judge, I mean, you just can't take justice in your own hands.
Okay. I don't know if she wishes to be heard. Did the sister wish to be heard? The mother of the victim, or not really?
She said yes.
She says Javion isn't coming back to the home. All right.
I don't know if she knows about the extent of the injuries of the victim. I think there is enough for an ag bat, Judge.
I don't, they didn't list technically. They said he went to the hospital and
It says a major laceration to his forehead.
But hi, Miss Boyd. I know you're in a precarious situation.
Good morning.
Good morning. Is there something you wanted to say to us?
Yes, so Javon Floyd is no longer coming back to the home. Arsenio Boyd will remain at my home, my brother, but I don't want Javon coming back here. I don't know, I asked for a stay away order for him also.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're not on Javon yet, but he'll be coming up soon and we'll get it called out of turn for you. In the meantime, I'm going to set a bond. It's probable cause for battery. The bond's $1,000.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Judge, would you consider an ROR?
Judge, I think he beat this guy up pretty badly in that he needed stitches on his own hand from punching the victim. And it does talk about a major laceration.
You know, I don't know how old his daughter is, but
14. She's 14.
But Judge, you can't take the law into your own hands. He needed to let the justice system work its way through it.
I don't know. Usually a parent's not thinking too reasonably when their child is assaulted. So unfortunately, you know, our justice system works where I have to put a set of bonds, and it's $1,000. Are you the bondsman here in this case? He has a bondsman for it. He'll get him out of jail.
He has a domestic violence warrant as well. He's gonna go to court tomorrow on.
He's not going to get out of jail right away. He has a DV warrant, so he's going to go to DV court tomorrow, and that should be at 11:30. Not today? How come? Why can't he see a judge?
Make the calendar.
You're going to see a judge tomorrow on a DV warrant. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard you say he has a warrant for another. Is it for the same case?
I don't know anything about it. All I know it's a domestic violence
It's
warrant.
probably in relation to an injunction.
It may be something else. I don't know. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next we have the ladies. I'll after a little bit. Can we call her son so she can
Did he print on calendar
I don't think he's on the calendar right now, Judge. Probably won't be
Maybe
on.
this afternoon.
Oh, this afternoon he'll be here.
Or maybe they're waiting to arrest him after he gets discharged. I don't know.
Corrections, you better make sure he's not kept separate from his the victim of that.
Is he on the calendar this morning?
No.
Okay.
Rebecca Veverka is next. Good morning, Miss Veverka. Ma'am, you were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure and grand theft at a construction site. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So she moved into the fire station under construction with her boyfriend. They had a mattress there. They had clothes. They were sleeping there for 2 nights. And they also stole items from the, I guess, somebody's office inside that fire station under construction. So you are ordered to stay away from the City of Coral Gables Fire Station at 1345 Sunset Drive in Coral Gables, Florida. You're not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there, ma'am. I think a bond is appropriate.
Judge, would you consider the TAP program for her?
I think so.
I see no prior record.
How long has she lived in Florida?
How long been in Miami? Her whole life. Her whole life, Judge.
I mean, she broke into a place and stole, she moved in basically to the fire station. Say, do you have an objection to TAP?
I'll defer to the court.
I don't know if TAP takes burglaries.
I think they do because they just don't take things that are violent.
Oh, TAP alternate bond count one will be $2,500 and count two is $2,500. Can you have it? Stay away. Can I have that back, please? Stay away from the City of Coral Gables Fire Station, number 1345. I'm sorry, fire station at 1345 Sunset Drive in Coral Gables, Florida. It's number 4. Fire Station 4, 1345 Sunset Drive in Coral Gables. You got to stay out of there. All right. Have a nice day. Oh, I got to give her an arraignment date. You have an address where you live or no?
Here's a mailing address, Judge, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Next is Maria Sevilla, page 1. Good morning. Ma'am, you were arrested for driving under the influence, third or subsequent conviction, DUI property damage. I will appoint, it's only that's the only case charged before us. DUI third or subsequent conviction. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So I didn't see probable cause. I don't know.
Right. So I tried to pull up her traffic printout, but it didn't. I wasn't able to. I don't see a driver's license number. But looking at her criminal history, I do see prior arrests for DUI in 99, 2010, and 2022. Based upon the facts of this case, would Your Honor find PC on the DUI and increase the bond, maybe $2,000?
No.
The no drive order
No probable cause. Why would I do that?
for DUI?
Where's the PC for the DUI? Excuse me if I missed it.
Maybe I missed it too. Hold on, let me write this again.
Your
So it
appeals
said
are
that,
form the standard. What is
right,
that?
so that's the PC.
Nothing indicating any breath or anything else.
She refused.
No, nothing regarding bloodshot eyes, the odor of any beverage, nothing.
I'll resend it for a PCH.
I
And it does
received-
say that she
didn't-
did not perform to standard,
The only thing there'd be PC for is DUI.
which is fine. But if Your Honor looks at the circumstances surrounding the DUI, and the state did proffer that she does have multiple prior DUI arrests.
It should be DUI with property damage, but that was what they charged as a misdemeanor.
Yes.
All right. I'll set a bond. What was that, $1,000? Good luck to you, ma'am.
No drive order, please, Judge.
Nothing unless you have a valid license, and you should have a DUI suspension, so I don't think you're gonna have a valid license. Have a good day. Now on page 1, Daniela Rodriguez,
Judge, what was the bond for Miss Sevilla?
$1,000. Oh, were there other counts? Sorry. Was there was a
Just
second
one.
Just wanted to make sure, $1,000. Thank you.
All right, just one count. Daniela Rodriguez. Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer, 2 counts, and resisting an officer with violence, 1 count. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You're out on felony bond. There's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow for case F24-22024. Public defender's office is appointed. Count 1. It's not aggravated.
Right,
It's
she bit one officer and spit on another.
Count 1 is $5,000, count 2 is $5,000, and count 3 is $2,500. And you'll see your judge tomorrow. Good day, ma'am. Next case is Jamanje Mency, page 2.
I show she's a V Fox.
Okay.
She's refusing, Judge.
All right. Well, there's probable cause. You want me to reset it for the afternoon? And I guess we need to stay
She's
away.
here but refusing. Let me see if I can talk to her, Judge. One moment.
Okay. We don't bite. I'll be nice. More than a week I got this. Comes up, it goes, comes back. There's a probation hold as well.
Judge Miss Mency's present.
Hey, Ms. Mency, good morning. So you're here because you got arrested for a case from Saturday. The charge is kidnapping with a weapon or firearm or aggravated battery, possession of 4 counts of possession of a firearm by convicted felon, false imprisonment with a deadly weapon and aggravated battery, carrying a concealed firearm, tampering with physical evidence, 4 counts of violation of an injunction, discharge of a firearm in an outdoor or residential area. Those are the charges. I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. She has a second case as well for battery on a law enforcement officer, aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer. I'm sorry, not aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer without violence, 2 counts of criminal mischief. So I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. You're also out on probation from it. Is this still open? F167078? It's sort of old.
It looks like it was a murder that was pled down to an aggravated assault in exchange for the plea.
Okay, so I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. You also have a hold to see your judge tomorrow for your open probation case. So it looks like we can go through it. So count 1, there's probable cause for kidnapping. I'm sorry.
Hey, how you doing?
Say it again, Ms. Corey. You want to make your legal argument?
Yes, Judge.
Before she leaves, can I just read the stay away order? Can you bring her back for that? Otherwise, they got to do it in division.
He won't come back in.
All right, I'll make a note. Go ahead. What's your argument, Ms. Corey?
Judge, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for count 1 for the kidnapping. They're indicating that Miss Mency took
Dragged back to the victim's
back
apartment.
to her own apartment, Judge.
State?
I think there's enough probable cause, Judge. It was against her while she was
She knocked her out
unconscious.
unconscious. The
So
victim-
maybe she was taken there to help her at some point. It's not really clear, but she's bringing to her own apartment, not to somebody else's.
I think there's PC, Judge.
I think there's enough for kidnapping, and I'm going to grant the state's motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing and hold her with no bond as to that count. So count 1 is no bond. Now it's 4 counts of possession of a firearm by convicted felon. You want to set it
Your
as-
Honor, find PC on count 2 and then ROR 3 and 4.
and 5, isn't it? No bond. Count 2 will be $7,500. 3, 4, and 5. Wait, 4, 5, and 6. I'm sorry. Pardon me. 3, 4, and 5 will be an ROR. You don't want $1 each? I don't know what the state's going to do.
No, Judge. ROR is fine for the other ones.
ROR 3, 4, and 5. Then count 6 is false imprisonment with a deadly weapon.
It's a lesser.
It's probable cause for that. I'll set it at $5,000 for count 6. Count 7 is aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. There's probable cause for that. That's $7,500. Oh, hey, listen, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Your lawyer's making a good argument. Stay away from the victim, the alleged victim, Anaya Jacques. Just no contact with her, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And you have to stay away at least 500 feet away from her home, school, and place of employment. Ms. Corey's going to finish making the legal argument.
So again, Judge, Ms. Mency was not present for the argument earlier, Judge. With regard to count 1, I'd ask you to find no probable cause for kidnapping. The allegations are that Ms. Mency took the alleged victim to her own apartment. So it does not appear to be that she was doing any negative intent, Judge.
She dragged her unconscious from the laundry room to her own apartment. Is that a kidnapping or is that a false imprisonment with a weapon?
At best, Judge, I would ask not even that part not be found for the false imprisonment. At best, the false imprisonment would be for the count 3, but certainly not for count 1, Judge.
Hey, go ahead. She's back.
I mean, she removed her from the location of the aggravated battery. It was against the victim's will. The victim was unconscious. I think there's enough for the kidnapping.
What is the basis to terrorize? What is the basis for it?
To facilitate the commission of a felony.
What's the felony?
The aggravated battery, or maybe to tamper with the evidence by removing the victim from the scene.
And I can see an underlying felony for tampering with the victim. That would be the basis of kidnapping, tampering with the victim?
Well, they removed the victim from the scene.
I think there's enough for probable cause purposes for kidnapping. I don't think it's enough. I don't know if it's going to be enough for beyond a reasonable doubt. Then we're up to count 8. What's count 8? I lost track. 7. 8 is the carrying a concealed firearm.
You passed number 7.
I passed 7. It's aggravated battery. There's probable cause for aggravated battery. It's $7,500. She whacked her on the head with the gun and she became unconscious. So count 8, carrying a concealed. I don't know if.
So she can't carry concealed because she's a convicted felon.
Was she concealing it? She went in her
I think the
apartment.
gun was in, let's see where they found the gun.
Oh, where they found it was concealed in her home.
Hold on.
You want $1 on that?
It was a black Nike crossbody bag was located. The firearm was in the bag, which is consistent with the CCTV footage. So I think that she put the gun in the bag. Let's see.
Where was the bag? Oh, she was carrying it.
Right. It said, and the defendant concealed the firearm within the crossbody bag that they found at the apartment.
Count 8 is $2,500. Count 9, tampering with physical evidence. What's that? For the gun or moving the lady? That's physical evidence.
Maybe both.
I don't know what that is.
I'd actually find no probable cause for that.
I'll set it $1 for count 9. Count 10 is violation of injunction. I didn't see anything here about an injunction.
It does talk about an injunction. It says she's got 5 active DV injunctions, which say that she can't have a gun, but it should just be, I think, 1 count, maybe $1 on the rest or ROR, whatever Ms. Corey wants.
I'll do $1 for now.
Is count 7? I'm sorry, pardon me. It's the next 4 counts. 10, 11, 12, 13. So 10 would, sorry, count 10, there's probable cause for violation of an injunction. What is that, $500? Count 11 through 13 will be at $1 each count. Then count 14, discharge of a firearm in the outdoor area. There's probable cause for that. That's $500. Right, you had 14 counts altogether? Yes. So listen, oh, and then the other case, she bit the officer, I believe. Is that what happened?
Right.
Spat it and bit, is that, no, she spat at the officer.
Right, there's an issue on the criminal mischiefs.
Count one, battery on a law enforcement officer is $2,500. Count two, assault on a law enforcement officer will be $500. Count three, resisting without is $500. Count four, criminal mischief is $150.
150?
Yeah, for count four, and count five, you want an ROR, $1, Ms. Corey.
$1, please.
$1 for count five. So you're gonna see Judge Carbarga tomorrow. Have a nice day. Good luck to you, ma'am. And just stay away from the victim. Next case is Cecia Rosales Reyes.
Judge, and is it a hold on her probation case?
Yes, you had a hold for the probation case. Do you need the case number?
Oh, I have it, F167078.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Okay. Next we have is Cecia Rosales Reyes. Hello, ma'am. Do you speak English?
Yeah. He has a hold for immigration.
I'm sorry, English okay?
Yeah, let's go for me.
Good morning. You were arrested for 2 counts of child neglect. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. One second. Well, what are these? Her siblings or her children? I can't figure this out.
Her kids, Judge, and I believe the co-defendant may be. Let me see. I'm sorry, no, there, it's not. So she is, let me see the relationship. So
She's the mother.
kids were left under her care while the mom went to work, and the mom knew that she would have to leave.
Oh, okay. She's not the mother is Cecia Jasmine Rosales Reyes. That's her.
Okay, then. Sorry.
Her mother was supposed to be caring for the children. How many
Yes.
gotten here? It's an 8-year-old. No adults in the home. There are more children, a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old. And then a 2-year-old. And then this other child, the 1-year-old, I guess. Both wearing diapers. I think there's probable cause for child neglect. Soiled diapers, no food in the home. Okay. Ma'am, you also have an immigration hold, so once you post a bond, you may have to deal with immigration issues. I don't know what bond the state wants. You want me to split up?
It's fine. She's got the hold.
Would you do $1 bond per count?
Yeah.
And that when Ms.
Does it-
Dallas Reyes left, the children were left in the care of her mom.
But she knew her mom was going to work. And there's more than just leaving the kids alone. It's the condition that the children were left in.
It's like all these kids there, and there's no adult. You're ordered to stay away from the 2 children whose initials are JCR and JLR. No contact with these children, either directly, indirectly, in person.
Does she have any supervised contact, Judge?
Let DCF do it. She has the immigration issues on top of that.
Can she at least have phone calls with the kids?
They're 1 year old, okay?
They still, even at 1, Judge, the recognition, the voice of their mom, something like that. I mean,
DCF took the kids, let DCF decide.
DCF can decide all this. Whatever DCF, I'm gonna read it at the end, whatever DCF decides, it's not gonna be a violation of this court's order. So no contact with them either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the alleged victims through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victims, their home and school, and place of employment. Home and school, there's no employment. Stay away from them at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. In the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. So if the DCF says you can have contact with them, it's not a violation of this court's order. How long has she lived here in Miami? Do you show when she entered the country?
I don't have that information.
5 years.
I mean, what's the harm? I would have given her pretrial if she didn't have the immigration hold. What's the harm giving her $1 bond each count?
But these are very serious allegations.
Yeah, but DCF has the kids. Bond count will be $1, and count 2 will be $1 too. So
It's over state's objection.
Fine, there's probable cause. So, ma'am, you got to sort out your immigration issues. If you post a bond, then they're going to have up to 48 hours to come pick you up. If you don't post the bond, I guess it takes, eventually they'll sort it out. You got to talk to your lawyer or an immigration lawyer about what maybe you should do. Good luck to you. Have a nice day. Jacqueline Silva.
Silva's present, she speaks English.
Good morning, ma'am. You were arrested for 1 count of child abuse. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
3 counts?
Counts of child abuse, excuse me. Thank you. Let me review. I don't know if it's 3 counts, maybe 1 count. Not sure why they charge 3 counts. Ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from your son, the alleged victim, whose initials are ZM. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home and school at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you know if the child was left with the grandmother, or is he still in the home?
Yes, he's home.
So you're going to have to find somewhere else to live. So you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. And in the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, I was told.
Yes, ma'am. It's still ladies at 11:30. It's running very slow today. So anyway, I think there's probable cause for all the counts, but I'll set a bond, the count 1. I'll order pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500, count 1. What do you want me to do, 2 and 3, $1 each?
Okay.
$1
Yes.
count 2 and $1 count 3. And good luck to you. Make sure you stay in touch with your attorney, and you're gonna have a separate court hearing, I guess, in dependency court as well. Have a good day. Next case is Elsie Thurman, page 4. Good morning, Ms. Thurman. You were arrested for battery on a person aged 65 or older. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's probable cause. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Dali Romero. No contact with that alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Parking dispute, okay. She has like not a lot of priors. Bond is $2,500. Have a good day. Next is Lourdes Reyes Martinez, page 4.
So this is gonna be, I guess, the grandma.
What'd you say?
This is gonna be the grandma, I think.
Oh, okay. She's the one who called the police, though. What did she do?
She
Oh,
left for work.
sorry. Wrong case. Good morning, ma'am.
Spanish, please.
Spanish, please. Ma'am, you were arrested for 3 counts of child neglect. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señora, quedó usted arrestada por 3 cargos de negligencia para con los menores. Le asigno a la defensa pública para que le representen.
There's probable cause for the charge.
¿Existe base legal para la acusación?
Correction, does she have an immigration hold also?
Quisiera saber si hay orden de detención migratoria.
Yes.
La tiene.
What'd you say? No?
Yeah, she has an immigration hold.
Tiene orden de detención por parte de la entidad migratoria, ICE.
All right, so ma'am, I'm entering a stay away order. There's probable cause for the charges, and I'm entering a stay away order from the 3 children whose initials are JCR, ORR, and MCR.
Señor, estoy omitiendo orden judicial de alejamiento a favor de los menores cuyas iniciales son JCR, ORR y MCR.
No contact with these children, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
Ningún tipo de contacto de manera directa, ni indirecta, ni en persona, ni por escrito, ni por teléfono, ni a través de terceras personas.
No contact with the victims through social media or other electronic means.
Ningún contacto con los menores a través de las redes sociales, ni a través de ningún dispositivo electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their home and school at all times.
Tiene que conservar una distancia mínima de 500 pies de estos menores, su hogar y su escuela.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede participar de actividades ilícitas y no puede consumir ni encontrarse en tenencia de drogas.
And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede utilizar, portar, comprar ningún arma de fuego ni municiones.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Cualquier arma de fuego, municiones o permiso para portar arma oculta los debe entregar al departamento de policía más cercano presentando recibo ante este tribunal.
Do you want me to read the dependency language here? It doesn't usually apply to grandmothers, but maybe here they'll want to give her contact. I don't know. State, Ms. Corey, any
Yes,
input?
Judge. Yes, Judge.
In the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case,
Si es que existe alguna orden que tenga que ver con estos casos abiertos en el Tribunal de Amparo Judicial,
then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact visitation with the children shall supersede or replace this court's order.
entonces cualquier orden que emita el Departamento de Niños y Menores, la División de Amparo Judicial, son órdenes que sobreceden a estas órdenes, ya sea por el contacto o la visita con sus menores.
All right, so state, are you okay? I know you're probably not okay with me lowering the bond.
Probablemente la
Maybe 1,000 each count.
La juez le ha preguntado a la fiscalía si está conforme con bajar los montos de fianza, a lo cual la fiscalía responde 1,000 por cada cargo.
If she didn't have the immigration hold, I would have given her pretrial, so I'll set her bond at $1 each count.
Además de esto, la señora tiene orden de detención por parte de la entidad migratoria, por tanto voy a fijar monto de fianza en cada cargo en la cantidad de $1.
So ma'am, just be mindful, you should consult with an attorney before you post your bond because there may be immigration consequences to posting a bond.
Señora, así que antes de pagar fianza alguna, por favor, comuníquese con un abogado migratorio, porque el hecho de pagar fianza en este caso puede tener consecuencias migratorias.
Okay, have a nice day.
Judge, what was the bonds? We couldn't hear because of the interpreter.
Counts 1 through 3, I did $1 each count. Oh, we're going to start the men now. I'm so excited. It's 11:40, 35. All right. Orlando Castillo Alaman. And 25 pages today? I'm on page 5.
There's a lot of background and detainees cases that we can probably go through quickly.
Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
English is fine. Yes.
You are arrested for driving as a habitual traffic offender. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for the charge.
Right, he's got a lot of priors, including a 168-day sentence last year, requesting a bond.
Okay. Tap alternate bond will be $2,500. No driving unless you have a valid license, sir. It was a motor scooter. You have to come back to court for your arraignment. What are we doing? June what? June 18th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-1. Judge Miranda. Have a good day.
TAP's overstates objection.
Thank you. Next, we have Luis Gonzalez, page 5. Good morning, Mr. Gonzalez. You speak English? You got arrested.
You want a Spanish interpreter?
No.
Sir, you got arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and trespass after warning. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So my issue, Judge, is that he's got a conviction for camping on May 24th of last year. There's a trespass conviction from last month. And Your Honor is well aware about how important the COs are.
Excuse me, Mr. Gonzalez, how long have you lived in Miami for?
I'm sorry, Miss. Your Honor, I can hear you.
How long have you lived in Miami?
Oh, 10 years. 10
10
years. 10
Let me
years.
explain something. You go to the beach. They don't want you at that beach, number one. They told you to stay off the sea oats. They need those sea oats to protect the beach sand from erosion. That's why they need them. Stay off the sea oats. I'll give them a break today. I'll give them tap. Maybe they can find them housing. You come back again for the sea oats. I'm going to remember you, and I'm going to make sure you get a really high bond. I'm going to double the bond. Stay off the sea oats, okay?
Okay, and what is
Have drugs on the beach. That's also a problem too, but I'm more concerned about the COs at this time. Tap alternate bond, $2,500 count 1, 500 count 2, and 500 count 3. It's
The overstates objection. He's got numerous recent prior arrests, including convictions out of Miami Beach.
all right, sir. You got it. What's your question? Does he have a question for me that you can answer? That you can answer, Ms. Corey? The arraignment date is June 18th at 9 a.m. Courtroom 7-2. Did you have something you want to say, sir?
Nothing that is in your honor's control.
Thank you.
Maybe TAP can help you find housing, get on your feet. Okay, just stay off the COs. Have a nice day.
Your Honor, please, how do you spell COs for the interpreter? Never heard that word.
Ocean Sea, SEA.
Oh, Ocean Sea. Thank you.
OATS. It's like sea oats, not that your vision see, but they're sea oats that belong to the ocean.
Right, so they prevent erosion.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Protected.
Spanish interpreter, please.
On my,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, 1 second. Our next case is Mr. Jose Chavez Grimaldo. Good morning, sir.
Señor Chávez Rimaldo, yo le voy a servir de intérprete.
You were arrested for false imprisonment, domestic battery by strangulation, and battery.
Quedó usted arrestado, caballero, por privación de libertad, estrangulamiento de índole violencia intrafamiliar y agresión corporal.
Sir, can you afford to hire a private lawyer?
¿Tiene dinero para contratar abogado particular, señor?
No, no, Judge.
No.
Do you own your home?
¿Su casa es propia? ¿Su casa es propia?
No, Judge.
I will look at the public defender's office for you.
Le asigno a la Defensoría Pública para que le represente.
So, sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are MM.
Señor, existe orden judicial que le deja prohibido tener contacto alguno con el sujeto cuyas iniciales son MM.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto de manera directa, ni indirecta, ni en persona, ni por escrito, por teléfono, ni a través de terceras personas.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede tener contacto alguno con la víctima en las redes sociales ni con el uso de ningún dispositivo electrónico.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Tiene que conservar una distancia mínima de 500 pies de la persona de la víctima, su hogar, su lugar de estudio y o empleo en todo momento.
Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede cometer actividades ilícitas y tampoco utilizar ni estar en tenencia de drogas ilícitas.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede utilizar, portar, comprar ningún arma de fuego ni tampoco municiones.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Tiene que entregar cualquier arma de fuego que tenga entre sus pertenencias, cualquier munición o permiso para portar arma oculta al departamento de policía más cercano, presentando recibo ante este tribunal.
And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer.
Se le va a dar orden judicial para que regrese en una ocasión a la vivienda de la víctima. Si necesita recuperar sus pertenencias, tiene que ser dentro del plazo de 48 horas de su liberación con escolta policial.
You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Tiene que ir con la compañía del agente policial para usted ir a buscar su ropa personal, sus artículos de cuidado de la salud, medicamentos, documentación personal y laboral y herramientas laborales.
If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si es que acude a la víctima, a la casa de la víctima sin escolta policial y además permanece ahí, va a quedar arrestado nuevamente.
Do you understand the stay away order?
¿Entiende la orden judicial de alejamiento?
Sí, entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
All right. So, I'm setting a bond. How long has he lived here? Do you show when he entered the country state?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo acá? ¿En qué fecha entró al país?
I have no information.
That's not good. Does he have an immigration hold? Corrections?
No, Judge, not on the jail card.
Setting a bond. Count 1 will be $2,500. Count 2 is $4,000 and count 3 is $1,000.
Montos de fianza, primer cargo $2,500, segundo cargo $4,000, tercer cargo $1,000.
Have a nice day.
Que tenga buen día.
The next case we have is Eugenio Gaston. All right. Good morning, sir. You were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer and disorderly intoxication. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause. You were ordered to stay away from the Flanagan's Restaurant at 11415 South Dixie Highway in Pinecrest, Florida. You are not allowed to go to that location and you must stay away from there, sir. I'm setting a bond. Count 1 is $5,000. Count 2 is $150. Next is Janier Maxwell. Hi, Mr. Maxwell. Sir, you were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure and grand theft at a construction. That's not him.
That's not Mr. Maxwell. I'm not
Not him.
sure why he's responding to Mr. Maxwell. Maybe it's a close one.
Was that Mr. Thorpe? I'll take whoever you got. And I'm real antsy today. I don't know. I can't sit here much longer. So hurry up. I need to go for a walk.
That was Mr. Montserrat. We can take him. He's 2 down.
Okay. Come on in.
Hi, Mr. Montserrat. English or Spanish?
Sherzad Mansourov.
Or something else, I don't know.
Good morning.
Judge, we need a Russian interpreter. We can pass him for a moment.
Why'd you let her go? Okay, we'll pass it. Who wants the pleasure of calling? Is it going to be you?
Judge, we have Mr. Thorpe. He's right between Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Montserrat.
Hey, Mr. Thorpe. Good morning. Good morning.
Happy belated Mother's Day.
Sir, you got arrested for grand theft of a vehicle. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
So maybe tap, it's more than a trespass because you tried to start the car.
Okay. Tap up. Tap. Does he have a place to stay or no? Does he have an address?
He has an address, Judge.
Okay. Pretrial alternate bond, $2,500. Have a nice day. Next we have is Jordan Hansen.
I'm sorry, Judge, who are you calling? Because we should have.
Oh, I'm sorry. What happened to Jahir Maxwell? I was trying to jump.
What kind of restroom can we pass him?
All right, then we have Jordan Hansen. Good morning. Sir, you were arrested.
Judge, you jumped all the way down to 19, but we have number 17, Mansour.
He needs a Russian interpreter.
Wait, and this gentleman, I believe, is Mr. Hansen.
Okay, so are we on the same page? Correction number 7, page 7, Jordan Hansen?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation. I will appoint, can you afford to hire an attorney, sir?
I cannot.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So there's probable cause for the charge, and just want to make sure there's no victim here, right? Is Miss the victim here on Zoom or no? All right, sir, I'm entering a stay away order from the alleged victim, Catherine Lernahan, no contact with the alleged victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, Byers, how long have you lived
Right,
in
Judge,
Miami?
he's got an address, I'm sorry, a driver's license from Arizona.
$5,000 bond. Have a nice day, sir. Evelio Bermudez is next on page 7. Only 15 pages to go. You know. Okay. Well, I gave him $1. I said, I gave him 10.
Judge, can you go over number 12? Louis Gonzalez, 2,500 each tap?
Oh, I made a mistake. Tap alternate bond, 2,500 count 1, 500 count 2, and 500 count 3. Eesh, sorry about that. Okay, 20 tap alternate, 2,500 count 1, 500 count 2, 500 count 3. So I'm waiting on the next person, Evelio Bermudez. Come on down. Is he here today? Good afternoon, Mr. Bermudez. Do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
Sir, you were arrested for battery on a person age 65 or older. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señor Bermúdez, ha quedado usted arrestado por cometer agresión corporal contra una persona de 65 años o mayor. Le asigno la Defensoría Pública.
So I had a fight with his older brother, so there's probable cause for the charge.
Así que tuvo pelea con su hermano mayor. Existe base legal para la acusación.
Anybody look to see if the brother's here on Zoom?
Veamos si es que el hermano se encuentra en plataforma Zoom.
If he's here on Zoom, he should raise his hand so we could promote him.
Señor, que es el hermano de Evelio Bermúdez, tendría que levantar la mano si se desea manifestar.
Sir, I'm entering a stay away order from your brother, Adelio Bermudez Rodriguez.
Estoy emitiendo, señor, orden judicial de alejamiento a favor de su hermano Evelio Bermúdez Rodríguez.
No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties.
No puede tener contacto con este señor de manera directa, ni indirecta, ni en persona, ni por escrito, ni por teléfono, ni a través de terceras personas.
No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means.
No puede publicar nada en las redes sociales ni comunicarse con él con el uso de ningún dispositivo electrónico.
And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, school, and place of employment at all times.
Tiene que conservar la distancia mínima de la persona de la víctima, la distancia mínima de 500 pies, su vivienda, su estudio de su lugar de estudio y o empleo en todo momento.
Not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs.
No puede participar de actividades ilícitas y no puede consumir ni encontrarse en tenencia de sustancias ilícitas.
Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
No puede tener entre sus pertenencias ningún arma de fuego, no puede tampoco portar arma de fuego ni municiones.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Cualquier arma de fuego o municiones o permiso para portar arma oculta tiene que entregarlo al departamento de policía más cercano y luego presentar recibo ante este tribunal.
And you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail.
Puede regresar a la vivienda de la víctima en una sola ocasión y dentro del plazo de 48 horas de su liberación de la cárcel.
You must be accompanied by a police officer
Debe contar con escolta policial
so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Cuando vaya, puede usted recuperar su ropa personal, sus artículos de cuidado de la salud, medicamentos, documentación personal y laboral, incluyendo herramientas laborales.
If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested.
Si acude a esta casa sin la escolta policial o permanece ahí, quedará arrestado nuevamente.
Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
¿Entiende la orden de alejamiento, señor? ¿Entiende?
Do you have another place to stay that's not with your brother?
¿Tiene algún otro lugar para alojarse que no sea con su hermano? I'll find something.
How long have you lived in Miami?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted viviendo en Miami?
34, 34 años.
34 years.
Okay, if I set a bond of $1,500, he had to fight with his brother who's 2 years older than him. $1,500 bond. Have a nice day.
$1,500 de fianza con aprobación de la fiscalía. Muchas gracias, que tenga buen día.
Next, we have Raul Martinez on page 7.
Raúl Martínez, página 7.
He has a domestic violence warrant and also a fugitive from Broward being held no bond.
Okay.
Judge, we have Mr. Maxwell.
Okay. Mr. Maxwell there? He's the one who moved into the fire station with his girlfriend. Good morning. Sir, you were arrested for burglary to an unoccupied structure and grand theft at a construction site. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So, sir, you can't live at that construction. You can't live at the fire station under construction. You're ordered to stay away from the city of Coral Gables Fire Station number 4 at 1345 Sunset Drive in Coral Gables, Florida. They also stole stuff there too, like walkie-talkies and stuff. There's probable cause. You got a place to stay or no?
Yes,
All right, so pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500 count 1 and $2,500 count 2. Have a nice day, sir. Next is Raul Martinez on page 7. There's 2 cases. Good morning, sir. Do you speak English?
Spanish, please.
Sir, you were arrested for 2 cases. One is possession of crystal meth, a controlled substance.
Señor, yo le voy a servir de intérprete. Quedó usted arrestado por 2 casos. Uno, tenencia de cristal de metanfetamina.
The other one is sale of a controlled substance within 1,000 feet of a school or a park.
Y la otra acusación es venta de sustancias reguladas dentro del perímetro de 1,000 pies de escuela o parque.
And that's from March 18th of 2025.
Se trata del 18 de marzo del 2025.
So I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Así que le asigno al abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que le represente.
1 second.
Your Honor, he has an open domestic warrant he's being held no bond on. He also has a fugitive from Broward that he's being no bond on. Held no bond.
Además, su señoría, él tiene una orden de arresto que no tiene monto de fianza en cuanto a un caso de violencia intrafamiliar y está requisitoriado por parte del condado de Broward.
It's just so we're clear, it says for the sale was done within 1,000 feet of Temple Moses on Normandy Drive.
Para que estemos en claro, lo de los el perímetro de 1000 pies, él estaba cerca al templo, iglesia.
One second for me to review this.
Un momento.
All right, so there's probable cause for sale of a controlled substance within 1,000 feet of a temple.
Así que existe base legal para la acusación de venta de sustancia regulada dentro del perímetro de 1000 metros del templo.
I'm setting a bond on a case. What do you want me to send? 10,000 on case state?
Yes.
$10,000 bond on F25 10130.
$10,000 de fianza en el, sorry, corrections.
At 10,000?
$10,000. I said a little lower than. I don't know.
10,000.
1,000 feet of a church. It should have been it's a first-degree felony. I mean, a temple.
En el caso F25 10130 tiene $10,000 de fianza. En el caso de vender sustancia regulada en el perímetro de 1000 metros del templo, este es un delito penal en el primer grado.
In the other case, there's probable cause for possession of crystal meth. That's a $2,500 bond.
En el otro caso, tenencia de cristal de metanfetamina, existe base legal, $2,500 monto de fianza.
Good day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Next case we have is. Oh, I'm sorry, was it, I'm so sorry, Mr. Martinez, stay away from the Altos Del Mar Park at 241 77th Street in Miami Beach, Florida.
Señor, disculpe, orden judicial de alejamiento a favor del parque. Your Honor, can you repeat for the interpreter the name of the park?
Altos Del Mar.
Thank you, Your Honor. Altos del Mar se llama la playa a la cual no se puede acercar. Está ubicado en el 241 y la calle 77 de Miami Beach. Altos del Mar.
Why is he being given a stay away order from that park when?
It's a park there. It's a park. He shouldn't be, there's children there. He shouldn't be at the park because he has drugs on him.
El señor no puede encontrarse en este parque porque porta drogas en su persona y en los parques se encuentran los niños.
It's the one right behind the library, the Miami Beach Library. Good day, sir.
Es el parque que queda justo detrás de la biblioteca de Miami-Dade.
All right, Miami Beach.
Perdón, Miami Beach.
All right, next we have Carlos Hines. All right, the first, no, do not live together and do not have any children in common, so it's not domestic, right? Good morning, sir. You were arrested, or good afternoon. You're arrested for false imprisonment and battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. He lives in, he's from Pennsylvania. There's probable cause for the charges. Do you live with the victim at all, or no? Do you have to go to the victim's hotel to get your personal belongings?
No, we don't live together. We live like 2 hours away from each other.
All right. Stay away from the alleged victim. I'm sorry. Amelia Perzetsky. No contact with the victim either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school, and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or, that's it. It was just a non-domestic stay away order. So stay away from her, no contact with her by email, texting, social media, okay? All right. Does he have priors?
But he does need to go back to the hotel to be able to get his stuff.
Yeah, my car's there too.
The only thing I saw was a prior DUI, but that was a long time ago.
So you can return to the hotel, what's it called? The Hotel Greystone, one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail with a police officer to retrieve your personal belongings. If you go to the victim's hotel without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand?
He's actually under the impression that she went home already, so
went
she
home
would not be there.
yesterday.
You go back, there's no problems then.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Oh, I gotta set a bond. Let me do 1,000 count one and 1,000 count two. Have a nice day.
The Russian interpreter is present.
That's wonderful. Sir Interpreter, can you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm you will translate from English to Russian and Russian to English to the best of your abilities? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Could you put your hand down? What is your name, please?
Stanislav Milov.
Thank you. So I need Sherzad Mansurov. We have the Russian interpreter.
Шерзат Мансуров.
Good morning, sir. You were arrested for criminal mischief over $1,000.
Доброе утро, сэр. Вас подвергли аресту за правонарушение, которое привело к ущербу более $1000.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Я назначу общественного защитника для вас.
There is probable cause for the charge. He was damaging the doors at the city hall, it looks like, in the government center in Sunny Isles Beach.
Похоже, что вы повредили двери в Сити-холле, и для этого есть подтверждение. Это правительственное здание в Санни-Бич, на Санни-Бич.
You are ordered to stay away from the Sunny Isles Beach Government Center.
Вам приказано держаться на расстоянии от правительственного здания в Санни-Айлс.
At 18070 Collins Avenue.
По адресу 18070 Коллинз-авеню.
Sunny Isles Beach, Florida.
В Санни-Айлс-Бич, штат Флорида.
You are not allowed to go to that location. You must stay away from there.
Вам нельзя приближаться к той локации. Вы должны держаться подальше оттуда.
Corrections. Does he have any type of holds for immigration?
Вопрос, есть ли у него какие-либо проблемы, связанные с иммиграционным статусом?
Not on the jail card.
All right.
Мы не видим это в его списке.
Your bond is $2,500. Have a nice day.
Вам назначается выход под залог в размере $2500. Хорошего вам дня.
Corrections, before I excuse the interpreter, is there anybody else who requires the services of a Russian interpreter?
Not that I know of. Let me ask.
1 second, please.
Not the Analyst, Judge.
Thank you, sir, interpreter. You're free to go. Thank you for your service.
You're very welcome, Your Honor, and have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Next, we have Pedro Gerardo Rangel.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for possession of crystal meth, a controlled substance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Buenas tardes, señor. Quedó usted arrestado por encontrarse en tenencia de cristal de metanfetamina. Le voy a asignar al abogado de oficio para que le defienda.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Existe base legal para la acusación.
I'm setting a bond. He came in on 4 bench warrants.
Voy a fijar monto de fianza porque se encuentra aquí en base a 4 órdenes de arresto.
What happened on the bench warrants?
I don't care if they give him ROR. I'm setting a bond. It's $1,500.
$1,500 monto de fianza.
He doesn't go to court.
Well, Judge, we haven't even addressed why he has a bench warrant.
Pretrial alternate bonds on all his traffic.
Right, he was released from prison in 2020. He's got priors out of Polk County where he went to prison for multiple thefts.
I would ask if you would include pretrial services for this case, Judge.
I am not.
Solicita a la defensa que le otorgue el programa de supervisión fianza gratuita, pero estamos viendo que recién le soltaron en el 2020 del condado de Holt por múltiples casos de hurto.
For the record, he had 1 bench warrant that was $10,000, a second one for $10,000, a third one for $3,500, and a 4th bench warrant for $10,000.
Judge, I understand.
Let the interpreter interpret, please.
Para que conste en el acta, la primera orden de arresto es de $10,000, la siguiente orden de arresto $10,000, tercera orden de arresto $3,500 y la última orden de arresto $10,000.
He went before the
I'm
court.
not done, Ms. Corey. I'll give you the record. He also has an open petty theft that's set for trial July 1st.
Además, para el 1 de julio tiene un caso abierto fijado para proceder a juicio.
And there's a senior judge in misdemeanors today who gave him pre-trial, and that's his prerogative.
Por tener un caso abierto de hurto menor. Sin embargo, tenemos también el juez que le otorgó libertad bajo palabra, pero esa es la decisión de ese juez.
Go ahead, Ms. Corey.
So Judge, just for the record, he did go next door. The judge did hear whatever needed to be heard with regard to the bench warrants and felt that pretrial services was appropriate for those 4 bench warrant cases.
Su señoría, solo quería mencionarle que el señor ya estuvo en la Corte de Delitos Menores y el juez le pareció pertinente fijar $1 para las órdenes de arresto.
The allegations here are, it's 1 small clear baggie with suspected meth, Judge.
Y las alegaciones, su señoría, en este caso se trataba de una pequeña bolsa transparente donde presuntamente tenía cristal de metanfetamina.
Okay.
I'm asking if you would include it with the pretrial services.
Solicito, su señoría, que le otorgue.
No, I'm setting a bond and it's $1,500. I lowered the bond a little since it said a small baggie of the crystal meth.
No lo voy a incluir en la fianza gratuita. Le voy a imponer monto de fianza de $1,500. He bajado un poco el monto de fianza, ya que se trata de una pequeña bolsa transparente.
Next is Angel Andres, page 8.
Spanish, please.
Ángel Andrés, yo le voy a servir de intérprete.
Sir, you were arrested for grand theft of a vehicle, a second-degree felony, and possession of cocaine.
Señor, quedó usted arrestado por hurto mayor de vehículo, lo cual representa un delito penal en el 2º grado y tenencia de cocaína.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Le asigno a la Defensoría Pública para que le represente.
What is it, a third?
It's a third and pretrial may be okay. I don't see any criminal history.
How long have you lived in Miami, sir?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva viviendo en Miami, señor?
Más de 25 años.
Señor, habla al micrófono, por favor.
Más de 25 años.
Over 25 years.
And you wait now to get arrested?
¿Y ahora es que queda arrestado?
So you got to get drug counseling, sir. Anyway, it's pretrial services, alternate bond. It's $2,500 count 1 and $2,500 count 2.
Bien, señor, tendrá que ir a tratamiento antidrogas. El caso que tiene es un delito penal en el tercer grado. La señora juez le ha otorgado la fianza gratuita, supervisión semanal, primer cargo 2.500, segundo cargo 2.500 como fianzas alternas.
Sir, you may be eligible for the drug court program. That's something you should discuss with your attorney. It's a way to get the charges dismissed.
Puede que califique, señor, para el programa antidrogas de supervisión. Puede consultar y tal vez le den tratamiento antidrogas.
Okay, have a nice day, sir.
Que tenga buen día, señor.
Next, we have Michael O'Mara, page 9. 9 of 22. I think after 6 pages, it will go quicker. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for domestic battery by strangulation. Can you afford to hire a lawyer, sir?
Not at this time, no.
The public defender's office for you. There is probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from Isabel Galveo, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you have to go to the victim's home to collect personal belongings or no?
No. She was a guest at my home.
Okay, fine. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. I'll set a bond. How long have you lived in Miami?
A little over 5 years.
State, what do you want? Standard, it's $5,000.
You got 500 for a bondsman? Can you do that? Yeah.
Okay. Have a good day, sir.
Okay, so
Thank you.
10%.
It was 5,000, correct?
$5,000 bond. Next is Christopher Hugg, page 9.
He received a dollar bond on his traffic case.
I like what the officer wrote. Cannabis not consistent with personal use, 1.5 pounds. How does he know? Good afternoon, Mr. Hugg. You were arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer, possession with intent to sell cannabis, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Yes, sir, there's a magazine with 2 rounds. It was firearm, weapon, or ammo in the trunk. I need to set a bond because of the ammo. Count 1, fleeing and eluding a police officer, and the fleeing of the same. There's probable cause for count 1, fleeing and eluding a police officer, $2,500 bond. Count 2, possession with intent to sell cannabis. Dave, what do you want on that?
1,500.
1.5 pounds. Okay, I'll set that bond at $1,000. And count 3, possession of ammo. Yeah, what, 2 rounds?
It cut out, Judge. You said count 2 is 1,000?
Yeah, 2,500 count 1, 1,000 count 2, and count 3. I'll set that 2 rounds in the back. I'll set that at $1,500. Your total bond is $5,000, sir. Have a good day. Next, Alexander Guerrero, page 9. Good afternoon, sir. Do you speak English?
Yes.
Arrested for possession of a controlled substance and possession of drug paraphernalia, in violation of the county ordinance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So
Maybe tap
alternate bond. Does he have a place to stay or is too many?
Would you consider an ROR? It's because they say he's nervous, they decide they need to conduct a pat down for officer safety. There's no safety issues that were going on by having a conversation. We know where this case is going to go, Judge.
I don't know, but he was behind a vacant building. I'm okay with tap, Judge.
Looks like
Got an
he's
address though.
cleaning the area up.
Tap alternate bonds. 2,500 count 1 and count 2 is $150. So you can get out of jail for free with tap. He has an address?
No, Judge, he does not.
So I'm gonna give you a date to come back to court. It's June, you said 18th? June 18th at 9 a.m. courtroom 22. Is that, no, courtroom 24. It's Judge Lopez.
Judge, would you consider just an ROR with a future court date?
I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry, I declined. It was not a little tiny bit, it was hit a little bit more than a tiny bit. Tap's here, they'll let him out. Next is Kelvin Spivey, page 9. Good afternoon, sir. You are
$1 bond on his traffic case, and he's a fugitive from St. Lucie, no bond.
you were charged with arrested for driving with a license permanently revoked. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Looks it's 2011. What do you want me to do? He has you want 1,500? You got
He's
money
got
for
a fugitive hold.
St. Lucie County. No driving unless you have a valid license, sir.
Doesn't indicate permanent revocation, Judge.
Okay, since 2011, it's a permanent revocation. But what I'm okay lowering it even for him so he can get out and go to St. Lucie. Does he have money for a bond?
Yes.
Yes, Judge.
So let me just take a look at his priors.
250?
No, Miss F, go pull up his printout. All right.
Maybe 1,000.
I could do 1,000. He also has a traffic warrant out of case. Stop driving unless you get your license fixed. They got the drive legal program here. Maybe they can help you. I'll set his bond at $1,000. Good luck to you, sir. You got to put his name here, though. I'm sorry. Mr. Spivey. George Gonzalez, page 10. He's next. 2 cases. Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez. You have 2 cases: possession, fraudulent use or possession of personal identification, 8 counts, and then a second case, possession of methamphetamine, a controlled substance, driving with a suspended license, 3rd or subsequent conviction, driving with a license permanently revoked, possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Let me see if it says. Says revoked indefinitely. It doesn't say what the drug is, does it?
$1 and that's fine.
Like substance, he's ODing, and then he's has all this fake IDs on him. They don't give the quantity, but at least we know it's more than 1.
Well, it looks like they describe different documents. So it talks about several licenses, social security cards, credit cards. So I think there's at least 2 of each item, which would get us to 8.
Several Florida driver's
So
licenses.
we've got driver's license, social security cards, credit cards. So maybe 6.
Okay. On F25-10098, counts 1 through 6 is $2,500 each count. Set counts 7 and 8. I'll do ROR each count. And then F25-10073, count 1 will be $1. Count 2, driving with, I'll split 2 and 3. Count 2 will be $1,500. Count 3 is $1,000, and count 4, $500. Actually, I'll do count 4 at $1. Good luck to you, sir.
Can you go back on the other case?
Yes, ma'am. 1 through 6, $2,500 each count. 7 and 8 ROR each count. And then the drug case, the other one, F25-10073, is $1 count 1, $1,500 count 2, $1,000 count 3, $1 count 4. Next, Pierre Batel, page 10. Come on down, sir. So you were arrested for possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, carrying a concealed weapon, possession of an open alcohol container near a store in violation of a city ordinance. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. You got a place to stay, sir?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection to pretrial? Is he eligible?
Came in on a bench warrant. There's priors requesting a bond.
They don't want him for pretrial. Give him tag. Let me see something. His convictions are a little old. What's wrong with the convictions?
I also see stuff out of, it's like Texas too.
Convictions, that's why. Tap alternate bond, count 1 will be like residue. Count 1 is $1,000, count 2 is $500 for paraphernalia. Count 3, carrying a concealed weapon. What's the weapon?
Brass knuckles. It's on page 2.
Count 3 is $2,500, and count 4, possession of an open alcohol container near a store. Let's see what it's called. That will be $150. That's with tap, right? When I say tap,
Yes, and then it's overstates objection.
it's an address, right?
Yes, Judge, he does.
Okay, have a good day, sir. Next case is Nestor Barbary. Page 11.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for burglary to an occupied dwelling. It's a structure. It should be a structure, and petty theft.
Buenos días, señor. Usted lo han arrestado por allanamiento de una morada ocupada. Es una estructura, es hurto y hurto menor.
I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
You are ordered to stay away from the Presidente Supermarket at 1895 Southwest 8th Street in Miami, Florida.
Se le ordena que se mantenga alejado del supermercado Presidente en el 1895 Southwest Calle 8 en Miami, Florida.
You're not allowed to go to that store and you must stay away from there, sir.
No se le permite ir a esa tienda, señor, y tiene que permanecer alejado.
State, we have an objection to tap or no? He has recent convictions though for burglaries. I'm sorry, 2023, and his probation ended last May.
Tiene condenas anteriores por allanamiento de morada, una en 2023 y el mayo pasado terminó su plazo de libertad condicional.
State, do you have an objection to tap?
Se opone la fiscalía de que lo deje salir a través de TAP.
We lose Miss F. Is she there?
She's back.
Back,
There she is.
back.
Okay.
I understand it's a structure, not a dwelling.
Do you have an objection to tap?
Yeah, if you look at his criminal history, he's got prior convictions for burglaries to structures. He did
So-
364.
Ujú.
Any,
Se opone, sí dice la fiscal, si ve sus sus condenas anteriores, tiene condenas por allanamiento de morada. Tuvo que cumplir un plazo de 364.
Ahora,
so that was 364 in 2018, and then he did a year of probation for burglaries in 23.
En el
ahora,
2018 hizo 364 días, en el 2023 un año por allanamiento de morada.
I would ask for tap, Judge. It's indicating it was a theft of juice.
Su abogada pide el programa TAP porque dice que el robo fue por
Jesus.
jugo.
$250 worth of juice. It was 4 cases of it.
$250 de jugo, eran 4 cajas de eso.
I'm setting a bond, $250, count 1, 500, count 2. Good day, sir.
Por cargo número 1, $250 de fianza, cargo número 2, 500. Buen día, señor.
Next, we have Mike Pico. Page 11.
Mr. Pico, present,
Sir.
speaks English.
Sir, you were arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer and petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause. You are ordered to stay away from Haley Perso, the alleged victim. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing. By telephone or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment. Anyway, count 1, battery on a law enforcement officer is $5,000. I don't know. What do you want me to say? He spat at the officer.
2,500.
All right, 2,500 count 1 and 150 count 2. Have a good day, sir. Next we have is Amari Perez Gonzalez. Good afternoon. Sir, you were English or Spanish?
Spanish, please.
Good afternoon. You were arrested for possession of cocaine residue and possession of drug paraphernalia.
Buenos días, señor. Lo han arrestado por tenencia de adminículos para el consumo de drogas y tenencia de cocaína residuo.
All right. Oh, I got a new interpreter. Have you been sworn in today?
I have Judge Xochitl Ortiz.
Okay, thank you. So in this case, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you, and you're out on felony bond. There's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow.
En este caso, usted estaba fuera por un delito mayor bajo libertad condicional. Hay una orden de retenerlo para que vea a su juez mañana.
For this case, it's $1,000 count 1 and $500 count 2.
Por este caso, la fianza es $1,000 por cargo número 1, 500 por cargo número 2.
Give me 1 second. Yet another case as well. You're charged with grand theft and criminal mischief from March 14th.
Tenía otro caso usted también. En ese lo acusan de hurto mayor y daños a propiedad ajena del 14 de marzo.
So, 1 second. There's probable cause for grand theft and criminal mischief. The bond on count 1 is $2,500 and count 2 is $150.
Hay motivo fundado para el cargo de daños a de propiedad ajena y hurto mayor. Primer cargo, 2,500 de fianza. Segundo cargo, 150.
Have a good day.
Que tenga un buen día, señor.
Just give me 1 second. I have to look at something.
Un segundo.
Just 1 second. Let me call next. We have Onald Oristil on page 12. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for aggravated battery on a person aged 65 or older and criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Unless I missed it, I didn't see an age. It does say that the victim lost a tooth. Can we reset this for PCH?
Yeah, we will reset the case in the afternoon. Do you speak English? You're okay with English?
Yes, I speak English.
Okay. Let me reset the case in the afternoon because there's a probable cause issue. Public defender's office is appointed for you, okay? What was the question? The age? Or the?
Yes.
Then we have Kawan Hunter, page 13.
That's the one and only bond out.
All right, bond out. Calvin Foster, page 13. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, good afternoon.
Sir, you were arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon, grand theft of a firearm, and resisting an officer without violence. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. There's probable cause for what? Let's see.
Okay, and Judge, I show that he's a VFOX and he's out on probation, F22-13716.
Hold for the division judge. All right. Anyway, I'm sorry, Mr. It's Calvin Foster. I'm just reviewing for probable cause. 1 second. Okay, so there's probable cause for count 1, possession of a firearm by convicted felon. That's a $7,500 bond. Count 2, there's probable cause for grand theft.
No probable cause, Judge. They're saying the gun was stolen almost a year ago.
He's got the whole, do you want the dollar?
Probable cause. That's a reasonable time. I'm sorry, I'll set $1,000.
Okay.
Count 3, resisting without is 500. Have a good day. We'll see your judge tomorrow. Next is Levante Baldwin. Oh, then we got the next 10. There's 8 pages out of the way. Too fast. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for battery on 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, depriving an officer of means of communication, resisting an officer with violence, 7 counts, 3 counts of assault on of an intake officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So this is at the airport. Let's see what happened. I don't know. Ms. Corey, anything you want to argue? Is it 2 counts of battery on law enforcement or 1?
There's 2, let's see.
So he lunged at Sergeant Ash, and he's trying to take her taser. Or her service weapon, excuse me. He's trying to take her Glock. So I see battery on her. I only see 1 battery on a law enforcement officer. See,
Okay.
count 1 is $5,000 for battery on a law enforcement officer. Count 2. You want me to, Miss Corey, do you want me to split 1 and 2 just in case?
That's fine.
Count 1 is $2,500. Count 2 will be $2,500. Count 3, depriving an officer of means of communication is, of means of protection.
It's a taser.
No, it's a Glock. He hit.
I think no, it says unholstered the taser, activated it, and charged. So I think you got the taser too.
He attempted to remove her service weapon from her holster. Count 2 will be count 3 is $2,500. Is that it's a 2nd degree, it's 3rd degree felony. So count 4, 5, 6, and 7. I can only have 1 resisting. So count 4 would be 5. Count 4 is $2,500. Count 5. Or you want me to do 1 resisting with and 1 resisting without? Count 4 will be $2,000. Count 5 will be $500. Count 6 and 7 is ROR each count. Did I just get that right? I'm missing something. 5. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it's up to 9. So 8 and 9 are also ROR. Count 10 is assault on a law enforcement officer, 10, 11, 12. I believe there's probable cause for all that.
Judge, count 10 is resisting with violence, so that would be an ROR. The assaults are 11 and.
Oh, okay, 10 is also an ROR. Count 11 will be $500. What do you want me to do for count 12 and 13? You want me to do ROR or set a bond state?
ROR, please.
Okay, ROR each of those. So the total bond is 575. Was that 10,500, I believe? No, yeah, 10,500 may be the total bond. Good luck to you, sir. Next is Richard Bridges. Page 14. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for petty theft, 2 or more convictions in petty theft. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Do you have his print? His printed?
Judge, can you make me a co-host?
Yeah. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the Walmart store at 21151 South Dixie Highway in Miami, Florida. Go ahead, State.
Sorry, so here's a conviction B13-32234, and that's for petty theft with a prior conviction. That being said, defendant may qualify for TAP.
My client would wish TAP, Judge. He would like the assistance to get into a shelter.
Uh-huh.
It looks like, what is it? It's from maybe food.
Okay.
I don't know.
Alternate bond. TAP alternate bond, 1,000 count 1 and 500 count 2. Sir, you have to come to court for your arraignment on June 18th at 9 a.m. I don't know what courtroom it is. Okay, what is paper?
Brinkley.
What room is that? 2-1?
Mine says 1-8, which isn't right.
It's 2-1, courtroom 2-1 at 9 a.m.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Now we have Lewis and Tina on page 14. Sir, you are arrested for possession of crack cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Señora, usted lo han arrestado por tenencia de cocaína en crack y tenencia de adminículos para el uso de drogas. Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
There is probable cause for the charge.
Hay motivo fundado para el cargo.
So state you have an objection to a program?
That's fine.
¿La fiscal se opone al programa? Está bien.
Federal Services alternate bond, $2,500 count 1 and 500 count 2.
Puede salir a través del programa. Alternativamente tiene una fianza, 2,500 por cargo número 1, 500 por cargo número 2.
Right, next we have is Douglas.
And that was pretrial, correct?
With pretrial, yes, Douglas Callejas. Good afternoon, sir. You are arrested for tampering with a victim, battery, and criminal mischief.
Does it need the interpreter? ¿Necesita el intérprete?
He speaks English.
Okay, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you. Give me a moment to review. There's probable cause. Stay away. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, Maria Somariba. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away order, sir?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm setting a bond. Count one, tampering with a victim. I'll set it at, did he have priors? I apologize. I don't see the
I only
paper.
see one PTI from
It's just totally in tops.
on a misdemeanor. Would you do
All
anything?
right, count one will be $1,000 for tampering with the victim. Count two, battery is $1,000, and count three, criminal mischief will be $150. Have a good day. Next is Ivan Gallardo Barrero. Oh, here it is. Okay. Few cases.
Spanish interpreter, please.
Good afternoon, sir. You have two cases. One is possession with intent to sell cocaine and resisting an officer without violence.
Buenas tardes, señor. Yo soy su intérprete. Tiene un caso con dos cargos, tenencia de cocaína con la intención de vender y resistir a la autoridad sin violencia.
And also another case, aggravated battery on a law enforcement officer, 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer.
Y otro caso con agresión física contra un agente del orden público, 2 cargos de agresión física.
It says conspiracy for escape and resisting an officer with violence.
Dice conspiración, confabulación para escapar y resistir a la autoridad sin violencia.
I will appoint the, actually, can you afford to hire a private lawyer, sir?
Deje preguntarle, ¿usted consta con tiene el dinero para contratar un abogado privado, señor? Señor,
No, Judge, he does not.
no, no lo tiene.
Public Defender's Office will be appointed.
Voy a nombrar a los abogados de oficio que lo representen.
All right, so on, there's no intent to sell.
No, I agree.
On
No hay,
F,
Ujú.
go ahead.
No hay intención de vender. No, estoy de acuerdo, la fiscal.
So count one on F25-10164, count one, possession of cocaine is $1,000 bond, and count two, resisting without violence is $500.
En el caso número 1, F25-10164, tenencia de cocaína, $1,000 de fianza, resistir a la autoridad, $500.
And then the other case, I need a moment to review.
Y en el otro caso, necesito un momento para repasar.
All right, so count one, there's probable cause for, it's not aggravated because he bit him. It's the probable cause for, I'm not sure why it should be 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer. So what do you want me to do for count one? Release outright? How many batteries do you show?
You showed the 2 values.
Oh, we also kicked Deputy Carvajal. Wait a minute. He
A
pushed.
bit quick, though.
Yeah, there's 3. Count one is battery on a law enforcement officer. That's a $5,000 bond.
Bien, no es con agravantes porque lo mordió. Hay 3. 1, agresión física contra agente del orden público, $5,000 de fianza.
Count 2 and 3, there's probable cause for battery on a law enforcement officer. It's $5,000 bond. Count 2, $5,000 bond, count 3.
Cargo 2 y 3. Hay motivo fundado, agresión física contra un agente del orden público, $5,000 por cada cargo.
Count 4, there's probable cause for escape, $7,500 bond.
Y por cargo número 4, hay motivo fundado para el cargo de escape, $7,500 de fianza.
And then count 5, resisting an officer with violence is $2,500.
Y cargo número 5, resistir a la autoridad con violencia, $2,500.
Have a good day.
Tenga buen día.
Moving on now, I think, do we have anybody else left or no? Is the rest just the battery by detainees that haven't appeared? Because I got a whole stack of them.
Judge, can you repeat the bond on 10164?
10164, I need it back because I forgot. Thank you. On 10164, it's $1,000 for count 1 and $500 count 2.
Okay, in the other case, I have 5,000, 1, 2, and 3, and then 4, 7,500, and count 5, 2,500.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we have, do you have anybody else left, or can I excuse the interpreter? Before we move on to our battery by detainee.
Nobody else left, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Nobody else left.
Nobody else left.
Correct.
Correct.
Madam Interpreter, thank you. We're probably going to start court. I can't imagine starting before 2, maybe 2:15 or 2:20.
Okay, I'll let them know. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go fast. Page 15, Anthony Andrade, he refused.
He's previously refused twice. It should be a third.
Waive his presence.
Degree
For probable
felony.
cause hearing, but third-degree felony.
Probable cause petty theft, 2 or more convictions. Bond is, I don't know, $1,000. Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence.
And that's Anthony Andrada.
Yes. Then there is Mario Savan.
NBC.
Can Your Honor please review for probable cause?
Okay.
My understanding is on for probable cause hearing with regard to the age.
Miss Corey, all of these cases, I have no note saying they were set for PCH.
Oh, I actually got an email on these.
Maybe you should actually speak whoever covered your weekend bond.
Is it written on the back of the A form though, Judge?
Reset medical, nothing about PCH.
I know the other day we had a couple of judges, one in particular refused to review for probable cause.
You got to tell me who that is so I can correct that.
It was Judge Enriquez. I asked him specifically and on each one, and he refused. He adamantly refused, and he just reset them.
That's fine. I'll speak to him. Thank you for letting me know.
I mean, there's PC for a robbery with an ag bat.
Let me just. Serious injuries. That's why I guess you filed this. He had a broken leg, broken teeth. So there would be strong arm robbery and aggravated battery.
With an aggravated battery.
Great bodily harm. It doesn't have the victim's age. You want to reset it? Or you
I don't know
can't?
if I have time. I think we're out of the 48.
You are.
So just Your Honor would find probable cause for strong arm robbery with an ag bat.
Okay. And did he refuse, you said?
I think it was NBC corrections.
NBC.
Okay. Let's reset for the afternoon. Next is Manuel Garcia, page 16.
Judge, so you didn't give the bonds for Mrs. Savon, you just reset?
Yeah, to reset it.
Did you appoint the public defender's office or no?
I will appoint the public defender's office for him. Manuel Garcia, page 16. Is he here? Is he refusing? What? NBC?
Correct.
Did he refuse over the weekend?
Yes. He's been refusing since the 14th. Oh,
No, I think it was NBC for a while, but he started refusing over the weekend.
no, he refused twice over the weekend.
He was NBC, and before he was reset for medical for a few days. So at this point, we'll waive his presence, Judge.
Appoint the public defender's office waive presence. It's 1,000 count 1, 500 count 2, and 500 count 3.
Ms. S, do you have the alleged victim's name for Mr. Williams's case?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, do I? Hold on, let me see. I don't actually.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
For Manuel Garcia, it's
You want to set a bond on Garcia, 1,500, 500.
500. Sorry, I'm so 1,500, 500. For the record, appointing the public defender's office, we already did, waiving his presence. Then we have Travis Williams, page 17.
Corrections number 51.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence.
I don't have the victim's name.
$2,500 is the bond.
Thank you. That's it.
Mark Colon, page, is that 15 or 16? I don't know.
NBC.
NBC.
So Judge, this was on for a probable cause injury because no contact was alleged in the arrest.
Sorry, what the dollar? I didn't have that it was set for PCH.
I'm good with $1.
And the victim is Marlene Gastel, Gastell Hernandez.
Assault anyway. All cause for assault by a detainee and another detainee. All right, dollar bond, that's fine. Appointing public defender's office, waive presence. You said NBC, so.
Judge, you said a bond for $1? Yes.
Yes, $1. Next is Alton Bird, page 17. Let me guess, NBC?
You're good.
And the victim,
NBC.
right, Calvin Blake.
Calvin?
Blake.
We'll waive Mr. Bird's
The
presence.
public defender's office, waive presence. There's probable cause for battery by a detainee and another detainee, bond of $2,500.
Yes.
Next, Jerry Alfred, page 18.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the Public Defender's Office, waive presence.
Victims Javier Gonzalez.
I don't know. What do you want me to do? They're all fighting here. You want $1,000? Well, nobody wanted to say anything and they're all fighting. You want $1?
It's fine, Judge.
Fine.
$1? I'll find $1 bond.
As a dollar bond, correct?
Dollar.
Okay, because it's cutting out. That's why I'm asking, Judge. Thank you.
Next is Javon Washington, page 18.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the Public Defender's Office.
The Shank.
$2,500 bond. Julio Rodriguez, page 19.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
Appoint the Public Defender's Office, waive presence.
Victims, Rolando Acosta.
Thank you. There's probable cause for the charge. $1,500 bond. Then we have Isaac Lumpkin on page 19.
NBC.
Judge, he's refused since Friday. We'll waive his presence. He was
Point
on
of-
for a probable cause hearing on 9970 with regard to a third-degree felony versus a first-degree felony in the Grand Theft Auto.
It's a degree. Okay, appoint the Public Defender's Office, waive presence. So on F259970, it's a $2,500 bond. All right, that was on 9990, it's 2,500. No, I'm sorry, 9970, $2,500. Then he has 9880 armed burglary. So there's probable cause on F259880 for armed burglary. That's no bond. And count 2, grand theft of a firearm is $2,500. You give me a motion on this one, 9880? All right, so I'll grant the state's motion for pretrial detention and hold them no bond on count 1. Count 2 was 2,500. Place. Tickets around the corner. All right. Oh, is here? Oh, for the afternoon. F259890 is burglary to an occupied dwelling. There's probable cause. $7,500 bond. next we have is Christian Nieves, page 20.
Want $1 on it? I think he's already charged with the tampering with the electronic monitor.
Oh, yeah, $1's fine.
Dollar bond.
What happened to Mr. Nieves, NBC? Number 58?
Correct. All right, NBC, appoint the public defender's office, waive presence. Craig Mack, page 21.
Sorry, Judge, what did you just give Mr. Nieves? $1?
$1. Now we're on Mack.
Everyone else is still NBC.
Okay, NBC, there's probable cause. Ms. Corey, want to waive presence or recess?
Yes, we'll waive his presence.
Appoint the public defender's office, waive presence, bond is $2,500.
And Miss.
It's the next defendant is the victim.
Oh, it is.
Arista McLeod, page 21.
He's NBC.
Appoint public defender, waive presence, right? You want to waive his presence?
Yes, Judge. This is on for a probable cause injury, probable cause hearing as there was no contact alleged.
$1.
Dollar bond, all right, a piece of probable cause for assault. Then we have page 21, Adam Gonzalez. Is he
The victim's name.
He's been refusing. If you want to accept the appointment or
Yes. Except
cause or what is that with? It is probable cause, $2,500 bond.
2,500.
Yes.
And the first name, Mr. Jones?
I don't have it.
Yeah, okay.
Then we have Gianni McIntosh Jones. Maybe it's Gianni.
Well, it could be.
All right.
NBC.
We'll waive his presence.
I'll set the bond at $1,000. I think we're done now with the morning calendar. Very long morning.
2:15, can we try?
Sure. Just cutting into my shopping time to TJ Maxx, but it's okay.
Probably a good idea. Or is today the senior discount?
Yes, the senior citizen
I
discount.
learned that from you.
And Ross is tomorrow.
And Ross is tomorrow. Awesome.
All right, see everybody at 2:15.
Thank you.
Earlier, I remember that name, but I don't,
It was on there.
it's not an arraignment, is it? I'm out. No, I read it because I remember that name. So it's here. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Okay, Mr. Roman.
Sir.
You were here today because you were arrested for a charge of attempted burglary of a residence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. I will set bond the amount of $2,500. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to make any contact with any of the alleged victims in the case. And if I read this right before, you are not actually a resident of this apartment complex where this occurred. The Sky at Conway Apartments, you don't live there, do you?
Night Sky at Conway, yes.
But not 3268, so you live in a different building or something?
I'm 3274, sir.
All right, so you're not to return to 3268?
Well,
But actually, I thought they said, didn't it say something that you didn't live in that apartment complex?
That's the same complex as mine, because 3268 would either be the same building or the building next door, and I don't understand why I would have been knocking on their door or bothering them.
Oh, that's what they thought too. That was their position. That's why you're here.
I'm not sure the address I have for him is on Yorkshire Club. I don't have the Sky at Conway.
Let me see, hang on. This is Roman, right?
Yes, sir.
I believe he told law enforcement at one point he was walking his dog, however, there was no dog.
But it says that they responded to 3268 Landtree Place. I assume that was the same apartment complex. So they have your address as 4121 Yorkshire Club.
This is my mother's house, yes, but I just recently moved into 3724 Landtree Place off of Conway at Conway.
They said it was 3274.
3274, yes, that's my address.
Must be a different one. I thought I read where they actually asked and they said they didn't have him as. And what is yours, 3274, you said?
Yes, sir. My apartment is 3274 Landtree Place, sir.
All right, well, you're not to go to 3268 and you're not to have any contact with the alleged victims. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Your name, ma'am?
Regina Williams.
All right, Ms. Williams, you're here because you're arrested for a charge of burglary of a conveyance and loitering or prowling. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. The burglary and conveyance, the bond would be $1,500. The loitering or prowling would be $250. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. You're also not to return to the scene, which in this case was the car lot. Did they ever say what the lot was?
Did 1 second, Your Honor.
I don't think they did. 3350 West Colonial Drive, you're not to return there. Thank you, ma'am. Your name, sir?
Whitsett.
All right, Mr. Whitsett, you're here today because you were arrested, and the city alleges that you were in possession of an open container. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause.
And there was an offer made to Mr. Whitsett of an adjudication of guilt, 7 days Orange County Jail. He currently has credit for 2.
So, Mr. Whitsett, if you want to resolve your case today, it would be an adjudication of guilt, 7 days Orange County Jail with 2 days credit for time served, if you want to accept that. There'll be court costs and there's no filing reimbursement at this point, so just court cost of $223. Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
Understand that by entering this plea today that there won't be a trial, you're giving up all those rights.
Yes.
Okay, and finally, understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine. Yes?
Yes.
All right, I'll accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty, be sentenced to 7 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit for the time you previously served. I will impose court costs of $223. You'll have 12 months from your release, so starting in 5 days from now, you have 12 months to get that $223 paid. All righty, good luck, sir.
How are you?
Good. Your name, sir?
My name is Kavin Zad, sir.
All right, Mr. Zad, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of resisting without violence ×2. So in other words, 2 counts of that. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Counsel?
Your Honor, I believe there's a bond set, if I'm not
Let me see what they had him at.
mistaken. That was was it $1,000?
Yeah, 500 apiece. Okay.
500 apiece.
If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You are currently out on bond on a battery domestic violence charge. State?
Sorry.
Your Honor, I didn't have that. Give me 1 second, please.
And it was 2025 CF 4820AO.
Judge, no charges have been filed in that case. There has been a declination filed. In that declination, it states that the drugs that he was in possession of at the time were prescription drugs that belonged to her, and he was allowed to be in possession of them. And obviously, she did decline in prosecution as to the domestic violence.
And Your Honor, that arrest was from 4/19, so it's been exactly a month since that original arrest. Mr. Weissman's correct, that information has not yet been filed. The original charges were that F3, possession of drugs, and BAT DV. However, the case is still open and pending.
Do you have any notation about the declination? And
I don't have a declination that I see.
I think it was filed. Just sitting there.
I don't see a declination. I see a potential email from the victim stating that, or I don't see an actual declination file.
all right, I'll take no action. I'll leave the bond in place.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I be excused?
You may. You got rid of all of the. There's 3 of them. I don't know who that was, but frustration. Your name, sir?
Terrence Lee.
Hi, Mr. Leith. You're here today for arraignment on your no valid driver's license. Do you have it, Leith? Assume it's time served.
For Leith, yes, Your Honor, it was an adjudication and credit.
So, Mr. Leith, if you want to resolve your case today, you can enter a plea of no contest, and it would be time served, and then court costs, which would be a total of $306. If you want to do that. Is that what you want to do, or you want to just have it set for a pretrial?
I resolve it today.
What's that? All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
You understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, you understand that by entering this plea, you're giving up all the rights on that plea form, but most importantly, that there will not be a trial. You're not going to be able to question the witnesses the state would bring against you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll accept your plea. We'll judge you guilty. Sentenced to 8 days with 8 days credit. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. That's a total of $306. And you'll have 12 months from your release to get that paid. You can pay a little at a time or all at once. Okay? All right, good luck. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, your name, sir?
Low. Low.
What was the last name?
Low.
About Henderson. All right. Is there an offer in that one? You want me to reset it, or do you just want to go ahead and put it for a pretrial?
Henderson, there was an offer, Your Honor. It was that trespass is from Aspire, so there may be mental health concerns.
I can just want to reset it for Wednesday. See, but I mean, if he's, it's up to you. I mean, it's up. What do you want to do?
With regards to Mr. Henderson, Your Honor?
Yeah.
The Public Defender's Office has no objection to resetting it to Wednesday.
I mean, I guess the question is it just a waste of our time? Is he going to still have mental health in 2 days? So, all right, let's bring him back Wednesday. We'll give it a try. All right, Mr. Lowe, come on up. Hi, Mr. Lowe, you're here today for arraignment on your trespass on an occupied structure and resisting an officer without violence.
Sir?
The offer conveyed to Mr. Lowe was an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, no return to the Chipotle at 2201 East Cimarron Boulevard. And there's a cost investigation to Apopka Police Department in the amount of $280.25.
All right, so if you do wish to enter and resolve your case today to time served, you could do that. There will be court costs, cost of prosecution, and I'll give you 12 months to get that paid.
All right. Is it fine I can fight for an R&R because I'm homeless with no.
No, we're here for arraignment. So we can set it for a pretrial, or you can resolve it.
Well, you said I have to do 12 months.
What's that?
I didn't hear what you said again.
I said we'll set it for a pretrial. You can enter, continue your not guilty plea. It'll be set for a pretrial in Division 85, which means that you'll get a court date. Or if you want to resolve it by entering a plea of no contest, you'll be sentenced to 23 days with 23 days credit. There'll be court costs, and you'll have 12 months to pay that.
So if I do 23 days, I can get out with an R&R?
No. You've already done 23 days. So if you enter a plea of no contest, you're pleading to the charges. You'll be sentenced to 23 days with 23 days credit. So you'll be done. You'll be released, but your case is over with because you've entered a plea of no contest or guilty.
Oh, yes, I like that. So that means
You want to resolve it? Okay. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yes, sir.
That's hers, yeah. You understand that by entering this plea that there's not going to be a trial, the case will be over with today.
Yes, sir.
And you understand finally that the trespass, actually both these are punishable by up to a year in the county jail and up to a $1,000 fine.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll accept your pleas as to count one. I'll judge you guilty. You'll be sentenced to 23 days with 23 days credit for time served. Count two, 23 days credit for time served. Those sentences run concurrent with any sentence you're serving as well as each other. I'll impose court costs, a $50 cost of prosecution. There's a cost of investigation of $280.25. And I will give you 12 months from your release to get that paid. That's going to be about $550, $600. And then finally, I'm going to order that you now return to, would you say the Chipotle?
Chipotle.
On 50 in Apopka for a period of 1 year. Okay? But you'll be released as to this case.
Sir, thank you.
I still need it.
Oh, wait. Does he have two? Hold on. Does he have also a battery?
He has an open
Yes, Your Honor.
battery, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's no
Actually,
offer on
the public
that.
defender that's appointed to represent him in that
No,
case.
Your Honor, not at this time.
All right, so we'll enter a not guilty plea on that and set that for pretrial. Oh, shit.
It's gonna be June 19th at 9 o'clock in courtroom 12B.
He's not gonna get out.
What division is that in front of, Your Honor?
Division 85.
Fine, I get out and come back to court.
The public defender has you on that case, so they'll make sure, if you do bond out, make sure you see them, okay? Whoops. Alan Miller. Mr. Miller, you're here today for arraignment on your open container.
And the offer conveyed to Mr. Miller was an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, court cost, and the filing fees.
So if you wish to enter a plea of no contest, you'll be sentenced to time served. You have 22 days. There'll be court costs and a $10 filing reimbursement, so a total of $233, and you can pay that anytime in the next 12 months.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
All right, you understand that by entering this plea today that there won't be a trial, you won't be able to question the witnesses that a state has against you?
Yes, sir.
And then you understand also that this is punishable by a maximum of 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will accept your plea. We'll judge you guilty, be sentenced to 22 days in the Orange County Jail with 22 days credit for the time you served. I'll impose court cost of $223 and a $10 filing reimbursement, a total of $233. And you'll have 12 months from today's date to get it paid, and you'll be released as to this case.
Yes.
Thank you. Your name, sir? Your name?
Jesus Rodriguez Rodriguez.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you're here today for arraignment on your trespass of an occupied structure charge.
And the offer conveyed to Mr. Rodriguez was an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, no return to the link station at 455 North Garland, and there's a cost investigation to OPD in the amount of $115.95.
$115.95.
95.
All right, sir. So if you want to resolve your case, you can enter a plea of no contest. You'll be adjudged guilty of the trespass, be sentenced to time served. So you've done 31 days. It'll be 31 days. Oh. Okay. Hang on just a second.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Lorena Jimenez, Spanish interpreter. I've been previously sworn.
All righty, great. We have one other defendant. We'll put on the headset.
I'm connecting to the headset right away. Just a second, please.
All righty.
Buenas.
We're connected, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you're here today for arraignment on your trespassing occupied structure charge. State indicates that if you wish to enter a plea of no contest or resolve the case, that you could, the offer would be time served, so it would be 31 days with 31 days credit. That there would be court costs, a cost of prosecution, a cost of investigation, and a requirement that you now return to the link station for a period of 1 year. Do you want to resolve your case by entering a plea of guilty or no contest, or would you like to have the case set for pretrial?
No me opongo.
No contest.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
Negativo.
Negative.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Negativo.
Negative.
Okay, you understand that by entering a plea today, there won't be a trial, that your case will just be resolved by this plea.
Comprendo.
I understand.
All right, and finally, that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Comprendo.
I understand.
All right, I will accept your plea. I will judge you guilty of the offense. You'll be sentenced to 31 days in the Orange County Jail with 31 days credit for the time you've served. And I'll impose court costs of $50 cost of prosecution, a cost of investigation of $115.95 to Orlando Police Department. You'll have 12 months from your release to pay that. You can pay a little at a time or all at once. Okay? Finally, I'm going to order that you not go back to the link station at 455 North Garland for a period of 1 year. Alrighty, you're all set. That was 2025 MM 402788 AO.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I have the name, please?
Sure. It was Jesus Alberto Rodriguez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's it. We appreciate it.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too. Okay. All right, appoint a public defender to represent him. Be $500 bond on the trespass, $500 on the resisting, and $500 on the intox. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Your name, sir?
Richard Keene.
All right, Mr. Keene, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of trespassing, loitering and prowling, and another second. Do we have all both of those cases?
No, just the one.
Okay, just the one. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. As to the trespassing charge, I'll reduce that bond to $500. The loitering and prowling will be $500. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you're not to return to the UCF campus or the surrounding area. I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
I make a quick statement, please, Your Honor.
I don't know if it's in your best interest.
Your Honor, can I have a moment to confirm
Yep.
with my client?
When I was coming up to the Welfare Trail, I was just trying to go to the CVS.
Hang on a second. Talk to your attorney for a second. You may not be helping yourself.
Nothing
Okay?
to say, Your Honor.
All right. And is that other case filed on? There's a trespass from 2/12, 2/14/25.
The 300.
The only reason I ran.
Hang on.
The dogs after me.
Don't talk. You don't want to talk about anything. It's not going to make a difference. Okay? You're really not, you won't help yourself.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's currently in comp proceedings with Judge Cameron. Has a comp hearing coming up in July 21st.
All right, I'll leave that where it is then.
Has he already been found incompetent in that case?
No.
Just an NOI filed.
Okay, all righty. Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Stack up.
All right, your name, sir?
Isaiah Mitchell.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of trespass in an occupied structure or the curtilage thereof. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
And there was an offer conveyed to Mr. Mitchell of a withhold of adjudication credit for 2 days and a no return back to the Walmart at 1101 South Goldwyn Avenue, the Walmart.
So, Mr. Mitchell, if you want to resolve your case by entering a plea of no contest, it would be time served and then court cost of prosecution. Is that what you want to do? Or do you want to, yes? Okay. So you want to enter a plea of no contest then?
I do the time served.
Okay, so no contest or guilty, whichever.
No contest.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
All right, you understand that by entering this plea, there's not going to be a trial, that this will resolve the case, it'll be over with today. Yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then finally, you understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine. It's not going to happen, it's going to be time served though. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All righty. I'll accept your plea. I'll withhold adjudication. You'll be sentenced to 2 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit for time served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. And you'll have 12 months to get that paid. You can pay a little at a time or all at once. Finally, in order to not return to that Walmart for a period of 1 year. You'll be released as to this case. Nah, they didn't do nothing. I did all. They're gonna give me the $50?
Save you 12 months.
Thank you. Mr. Seabrook. Good afternoon. Mr. Seabrook, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
And there was an offer conveyed to Mr. Seabrook of an adjudication of guilt and credit for 2 days.
All right, Mr. Seabrook, if you want to resolve your case, you could enter a plea of guilty or no contest. The agreement is that it would be an adjudication of guilt, 2 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit, so it would be a time served. There is court costs and a cost of prosecution, which I'd allow you to pay over 12 months. Do you want to do that?
Yes, sir.
So you're entering a plea of no contest then, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
And have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
All right, you understand that by entering today's plea that there will be no trial, that this will resolve the case completely.
Yes, sir.
And finally, you understand this is punishable by up to a year in the county jail and up to $1,000 fine.
Yes, sir.
All right, I will accept your plea. We'll judge you guilty. Be sentenced to 2 days with 2 days credit for time served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. It's a total of $273, and you'll have 12 months from today's date to get that paid. You will be released as to this case today.
He bonded.
Your name, ma'am?
Selena Thompson.
All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of petty theft. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
There's no offer at this time, Your Honor.
All right, bond will be set in the amount of $500. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you're not to return to the Dollar General store at 50 South Rosalind Avenue. I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of petty theft with at least one prior conviction. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that, or this actually was an arrest warrant. I do find there was sufficient probable cause. I will set bond the amount of $1,000 on that. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you're not to return to the Walgreens store in this case. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. What's happening on the out on bond? They file on that, it's 227. Probably by now.
It is filed, and it is from the Levi's at the International Mall.
All right, I'll revoke that $500 bond, and it'll be $2,000. I'll set a new bond, the same special conditions as before, no return. Your name?
Harley.
What was the last name?
Larkins.
All right, Ms. Larkins, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia, I think. I don't remember.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Possession of drug paraphernalia. I have read the charging affidavit. Do you find sufficient probable cause?
The offer conveyed to Ms. Larkins was an adjudication of guilt and credit for 2 days.
Ms. Larkins, if you wish to resolve your case today, you can enter a plea of guilty or no contest. The agreement is an adjudication and 2 days with 2 days credit. So it'd be time served. There'd be court cost of $223. Is that what you wish to do?
Okay.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
And you understand that by entering today's plea, there will be no trial. This will resolve it completely.
Yes.
And finally, this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes.
All right, I'll accept your plea. I will judge you guilty, be sentenced to 2 days with 2 days credit. There'll be court cost of $223. You'll have 12 months from today's date. That way you pay a little bit at a time or all at once. That's completely up to you. Okay? And you'll be released as to this case today. Your name, sir?
Stephen Laurent.
Mr. Laurent, you're here today because you were arrested with charge of open container. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
The offer conveyed to Mr. Laurent was an adjudication of guilt, 6 days Orange County Jail. He has credit for 2.
All right, so if you wish to resolve your case, Mr. Laurent, it would be 6 days, an adjudication, and then 6 days in the Orange County Jail. You do have 2 days credit. There'd be court cost of $223. Do you want to resolve that today?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Have you suffered from or been treated, release, 12 days from release to get that paid? All righty, you're all set. 6. 6 with 2. Carlos Moody. Are you Mr. Moody? All right, Mr. Moody, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of open container. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient factual basis or probable cause. And is there an offer in that case?
Yes, Your Honor, the offer conveyed to Mr. Moody was an adjudication, 4 days. He has credit for 2.
All right, so if you wish to resolve your case, it would be adjudication 4 days, Orange County Jail with 2 days credit, and there would be court costs. Do you wish to enter a plea of no contest?
Yes.
All right, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
I'm not.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
And you understand that by entering this plea today, there will be no trial. This will resolve it completely.
Yes.
Finally, understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine.
Yes.
All right, I'll accept your plea. I will judge you guilty. Be sentenced to 4 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit. And I'll impose court cost of $223. You will have 12 months from your release date to get that paid. You can pay a little bit at a time or all at once. Your name, sir?
Wayne Leon Robinson.
All right, Mr. Robinson, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of open container. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
And the offer conveyed to Mr. Robinson was an adjudication of guilt, 12 days Orange County Jail. He currently has credit for 2.
All right, so if you wish to resolve it with a plea of guilty or no contest, the offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, 12 days Orange County Jail with 2 days credit for time served. There would be court costs. I'd give you 12 months after that. Do you wish to resolve your case today?
Resolve it.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? All right, I will accept your plea. I will judge you guilty, be sentenced to 12 days in the Orange County Jail. You do have 2 days credit, so I will also impose $223 in court costs, and you'll have 12 months from your release from incarceration to get that paid. All right, you can pay a little at a time or all at once. It's up to you. You're all set.
Yes, sir.
Mhm. Your name, sir?
Benny Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, you're here today because you're arrested for the charge of driving under the influence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. I will set the bond in the amount of $500, If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to operate a motor vehicle on the streets and highways of Orange County, Florida, while at the time you do not have a valid Florida driver's license. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Carrie Lee Weber.
All right, Ms. Weber, you're here today because you have 2 charges: attaching a tag not assigned and no registration. These are not. Okay. On the attaching a tag not assigned, I'll set bond in the amount of $100, and on the no registration, $100. If you do bond out, you're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license or not properly registered vehicle. You're also not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Sure.
Your name, ma'am? All right, Ms. Bernard, back to the top. Okay, why is that not here? I know I read this one. Yeah, they have it alphabetically backwards on the Odyssey list. They have it under Bernard Wadelin, but it's Wadelin Bernard. All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested for charge of throwing a deadly missile at an occupied vehicle and criminal mischief. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. On the throwing a deadly missile, I will set the bond in the amount of $2,000. Yes, that's what I meant to say. And then on the criminal mischief, it'll be $500. If you do bond out, you're not to have any contact with any alleged victims. You're not to return to the scene. You're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Chance Ezekiel Balls Johnson.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine. I will set bond amount of $1,000. I will appoint a public defender. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Has the other case been, I think he must have got 33-day motion down because it says ROR, but is he,
Yes,
they
Your
filed down that?
It's not yet filed. It was ROR'd on 4/28 on a 33-day motion. We are still waiting on FDLE.
All right, I'll take no action on that.
The state does have motion to transfer 6264 to Division 10 with the lowest case number.
All right, so I will grant that. So the 2025 CF 6264A will go to Division 10. Mm-hmm. Your name?
Danielle Brown.
Ms. Brown, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of burglary of a dwelling. Make sure. Which one was it? 1,000. That was a possession of cocaine case, yeah. Okay, right, that's when they watched, okay. I do find sufficient probable cause. I will set bond in the amount of $5,000. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And you're not to return to 15610 Sweet Grove Lane, Winter Garden, which is the alleged, oh wait, no, let me see, that's not right, is it?
That's correct.
Or is it 6124 Hamlin Reserve? I think it's that Hamlin Reserve address.
That's correct.
So no return to the scene, 6124 Hamlin Reserve Boulevard, okay?
We'd also ask for no contact with the victim.
And no contact with the alleged victim. And again, you have a public defender, so they'll speak to you about the case. Your name, ma'am?
Shayna Kaplan.
Ms. Kaplan, you're here today because you're arrested for charge of grand theft, third-degree motor vehicle, and a driving while license suspended. I have read the charging affidavit. I will impose or set bond at $1,500 on the grand theft, $500 on the driving while license suspended. We'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're also not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid license. And what's happening on that other grand theft?
And Your Honor, that case is filed on. It is a several F1s, several F3s, fraud use of another, scheme to defraud, possession of meth, 5 or more IDs, unauthorized possession of an ID. It has been filed since November of 2023. Given that it is also a theft-related offense, state would request that you revoke.
All right, I'll revoke that. There'll be no bond on those.
And
And what about is there a warrant, or do we have that today or no?
there was an interstate compact that
don't
came
see
through,
that
but it's not correct.
We don't see that in I.
That's not, okay. All righty, thank you, ma'am. Your name, ma'am?
Tommy Carter.
All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of petty theft, 2 prior convictions. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond will be $1,000. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're also not to return to the Walmart at 2500 South Kirkman Road. You're not to have any contact with any of the witnesses. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. All right, we'll appoint a public defender, I'll stay the bond, no return to the scene. And are those any of the out on bonds filed on?
As to the 1989, that is filed on and is a possession of meth. As to the city, give me 1 second. As to the city case, and information has also been filed on that one. Both are filed.
All right, as to the city case, I'll revoke that bond and a new bond of $1,000. As to the possession of methamphetamine, revoke and double, is it 2,500 or was it lowered?
It was. Bond was 2,500.
All right, so revoke and make it 5,000. All right. Mr. Collins. All right, Mr. Collins, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine. I've read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. A set bond of $1,000. I'll appoint you a public defender, so you have an attorney. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, your name, sir? Your name?
John
Last name?
Davis.
All right, Mr. Davis, you're here because you're arrested for the charge of battering a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer without violence, or with violence, excuse me, petty theft, and resisting an officer without violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. As to the battering a law enforcement officer, I'll set bond at $3,500. The resisting with violence is $1,500. The petty theft is $500, and the resisting an officer without violence is $500. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to return to the Publix at 1500 East Colonial Drive, and you're not to have any contact with any of the witnesses. I will appoint a public defender to represent you, so you do have an attorney in the case.
Okay. All right.
Your name, sir?
LeBelle Duval, sir.
Hi, Mr. Duval, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. I will set bond the amount of $3,500. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're also not to have any contact with, what's the gentleman's name? Is it Winfield Duval and Eddie Wyndham? No contact with them. And were you living at the 788 Bethune Avenue? Okay. And does Eddie or Winfield live there?
Winford is my uncle. He's the landlord of.
So he's a landlord. So I thought. So Eddie, though, Eddie was the other guy who lived there, right?
He doesn't live there, sir.
All right.
He doesn't live there.
Okay, well then I'll let you go back there as long as Eddie's not living there. If he is living there, you can't be there. Yep.
I'm the maintenance man.
Yeah, I read the thing. I just want to make sure that if he's there, that you don't, because you're not allowed to have any contact with him.
So I won't be allowed to pay $250 and get out, sir. It was $2,500.
The bond is set. What I'm saying is that you just can't have. Actually, you know what? All right, I'll leave it at $2,500. But no contact with Eddie. All right. You can go back there if he doesn't live there. If he's not supposed to be there and he's not there, but if he is living there, you can't be there. Okay.
Your Honor, just per the,
Go ahead.
per the affidavit, it does state that he does live there, that he tried to go to his room and that's when all this occurred.
Yeah. So they're saying that he lived. So if he is there, you can't be there. Okay. Because you can't have any contact with him.
No problem.
Okay. So it might be best to just not be there. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at 25. All right, and I appoint a public defender for you, so you have an attorney. Mostly I go down, sometimes I go up. Yeah, it happens. All right, your name, sir? All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of sale and delivery of cocaine. I have read a charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. That will be $2,000, that bond, and we'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol if you bond out.
I'm sorry, what was the bond, Your Honor?
What's that? Well, I think it was, let me make sure. I think there was a affidavit. It was a warrant signed by a judge based on probable cause. Let me see. Yeah. It was alleged to have occurred on something 17th. I can't read on September 22nd. This has been out there for a while.
I've been arrested after that.
No, that's not the right date.
Even flew to New York and never came out with a warrant this year. Twice to New York and came back.
January 18th, 2024. So it's been a little over a year. All right, public defender's been appointed, so you'll have them to represent you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Gilbert Jeremy has refused.
All right, let me get his. This one's Gilbert. Oh, I think we just have the introduction on this one, right? Yeah. That's the only thing we have today is the introduction and the tampering?
Yes.
All right. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. On the introduction of contraband, that would be $1,500. The tampering would be $500. Point of public defender. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. $1,500 and $500. Okay. LaPointe?
Outside medical, Your Honor.
council doesn't want to waive, we can do 24 hours from her return.
Yeah, let me see, what is it? I don't remember if it was, did they set a bond or this came in no bond, right?
It comes in none due to the charge.
Yeah. All right, I'll appoint a public defender and, obviously, do we know, DCF must have the kid, right?
I would assume so. I know DCF was contacted. I don't know if they actually removed the child.
Yeah, let's roll it till tomorrow and see if she comes back in. So we can figure that out. So we'll reset her for tomorrow. Lubin?
Behavior, Your Honor. So we'll waive his.
All right. Appoint a public defender, stay the bond. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact, no return. Yeah, behavior. Miller, Mr. Miller? All right. Hang on just a second. All right, Mr. Miller, here today because you're arrested for a burglary of a conveyance, resisting an officer without violence, and loitering and prowling. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is a sufficient probable cause. As to the burglary of a conveyance, that would be $1,500, $500 on the resisting an officer without violence, and $500 on the loitering and prowling. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to return to the vicinity of 814 East Alabama. No contact with any of the witnesses or co-defendants. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, Montalvo Nicholas is mental health.
All right, appoint a public defender to represent him. Will set bond to $500 on the loitering or prowling, $1,000 on the possession of fentanyl. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. All right, your name, sir?
Roger Montgomery.
Mr. Montgomery, you're here today because you're arrested for charge of petty theft and possession of cocaine. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. I will set bonds in the petty theft to be $500, $1,000 on the possession of cocaine. If you do bond out, you're not to use or possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you're not to return to the Circle K that's located at 6941 West Sand Lake Road. I will appoint a public defender to represent you, so you will have an attorney.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Afternoon, and well, we're not on the main screen yet. Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. Welcome to Felony First Appearance Hearings. I am Judge Mindy Glazer. I will be presiding today. The video for first appearance hearings has been played to all defendants. And you have
Thank you.
what? You ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you give us like 5 minutes?
Absolutely. Have a seat. Got to give it. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon and welcome to Felony First Appearance Hearings. I am Judge Mindy Glazer. I will be presiding today. The video for first appearance hearings has been played to all defendants. I need everyone to please stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by our clerk.
Por favor, pónganse de pie y levanten la mano derecha para prestar juramento.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
Juran o afirman en decir la verdad, toda la verdad y solamente la verdad. Si es así, diga lo juro.
Please be seated. Madam
Tomen
Interpreter,
asiento.
raise your right hand and be sworn, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you swear that you will well and faithfully interpret from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, the questions asked and the answers given to the best of your ability, and that you have such ability?
Yes, I do, Maria Juncosa, certified court interpreter.
I thank you. If there's anybody here for a case on Zoom, please type the defendant's name in the chat room.
Si hay alguien aquí para un caso en Zoom, por favor en el chat escriban el nombre del acusado y el caso.
Let's begin. Can the attorneys announce, please state?
Nessa F. on behalf of the state. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Rebecca Corey, Assistant Public Defender. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we're going to get started with the ladies. We first have Wendy Martinez on page 1.
Ms. Martinez is present. She speaks English.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for child abuse, no great bodily harm, and violation of a domestic violence injunction. You're also out on probation. There's a hold for you to see your judge tomorrow for case F23-10542. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So I got a couple of issues. I read it. Ms. Corey, I'm happy to hear your legal argument.
Yes, Judge. I do not see any mention of a domestic violence injunction.
Let's do $1 on it.
I didn't see anything about the victim's age. She's 34, so it's her daughter. Anyway.
Correct. I don't see any age.
I mean, if your owner wants to find PC for battery, that's fine. She's got the goods.
She's on probation for child abuse. Anyway, ma'am, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are JKH. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the alleged victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the alleged victim, her home and school at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs. And do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you know where your daughter's living now? Is she at home or is she with another relative somewhere else?
Well, my daughter was Baker acted. The cops decided to Baker act her and she's at a facility.
Is there another relative who can watch her?
Yes.
So are they home or out of the home? Because I need to know to read the stay away order.
My daughter's right now, she's at the home. I have full custody of her, but she's Baker acted, but she does live with me.
In the event your daughter's still residing in a home, you're gonna have to find somewhere else to live. So you return to the home. If she's moved out, you can go back. But if you're living there, you can only return to the home one time only within 48 hours of your release from jail. You must be accompanied by a police officer so that you can retrieve your personal clothing, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. If you go to the victim's home without the police, or if you stay there, you will be arrested. Do you understand the stay away?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
In the event there's an open case in dependency court arising from the same set of facts and events as this case, then any and all orders entered in dependency court regarding your contact, visitation, and custody shall supersede or replace this court's order. Okay?
Understood.
I'll find probable cause for battery. The bond is $1,000, but you got to see the division judge tomorrow. I believe it's Judge Altfield. Have a good day, ma'am.
Your Honor, do you have 2 counts?
I'm sorry, 1,000 count 1 and $1 count 2. Thank you, corrections.
Well,
Next, we have Maisha Jackson. Page 1. Hi, Miss Jackson. You were arrested for aggravated battery. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it's alleged she used a masonry hammer to hit the victim on his, what was it, on his nose? On the bridge of his nose. So there's probable cause for the charge. Do you live with the victim, ma'am? Or no? You live together.
No, Judge.
You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose name is William. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. And no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. Do you understand the stay away order? So I don't know what you want me to do. There's probable cause for ag battery. I'm okay lowering the bond. Does she have money for a bond? Does she want house arrest?
She does not have money for bond.
house arrest.
Would you do house arrest, Judge? I see no prior history for her.
How long
Judge.
has she been in Miami?
I've never been in jail.
How long have you been living in Miami?
She was born and raised here, Judge. Would you consider pretrial even?
I was going for corrections and everything.
All right, pretrial services, alternate bond, $5,000. Stay away from the victim. If you violate the court stay away order and get rearrested, you can be locked up in jail until the trial. Okay? Have a nice day. Next is Rochelle Richards. Good afternoon, Miss Richards. You were arrested for criminal mischief over $1,000 in damage. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. So it appears to be probable cause. She broke the victim's laptop, poured bleach all over the victim's clothing and shoes in his closet, broke his speakers, his Bose speakers, and poured bleach all over his bed sheets. So he estimated the damage is $4,100. So there's probable cause for the charge. You are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim, whose initials are DA. No contact with the victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. No contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, his home, school, and place of employment at all times. And stay away from his building where he lives, called the Grandview Palace at 7601 East Treasure Drive in North Bay Village. Do you understand the stay away order, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm setting a bond. What do you want? 25?
She's not local.
What bond do you want?
1,500?
$1,500 bond. Have a good day. Next, we have,
Paso stays with the attorney.
who's the attorney?
Attorney, who's this man?
Doesn't he know what time court starts? Okay, maybe he's busy at another courtroom. I'll pass it, no problem. For Trevonna Bowens, I'm gonna pass for a private attorney. Then we have
Also, Judge, I was told the alleged victim wanted to be present as well.
here. He's looking for the
Okay,
attorney.
let's pass it.
Who is Lorenzo Reed? No worries. Do you have Lorenzo Reed, please?
He's coming, Your Honor. He's also being held no bond on a probation warrant, F21-20404.
You hold for the division judge. Hi, Mr. Reed. You got arrested for possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon, carrying a concealed firearm, possession with intent to sell mushrooms while armed, and that's psilocybin mushrooms, and also criminal mischief over $1,000, trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, and resisting an officer without violence. So public defender's office is appointed. It's a traffic stop. He decides to flee on foot, jumps somebody's fence, causes damage to the fence of over $2,000 or approximately $2,000, drops a handgun. He has 122 grams of psychedelic mushrooms. So that's what's going on. Sir, you are ordered to stay away from the alleged victim whose initials are TN. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties. Stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, their home, school, and place of employment. Okay? So you're out of probation. You got to see the judge tomorrow. Count one. Did it mention he's a convicted felon?
Yeah,
he-
yeah.
It is. So count one, possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a convicted felon is a $7,500 bond. Count two, carrying a concealed firearm is $2,500.
There's nothing indicating that it was concealed.
Oh,
They're just saying it was dropped.
oh, one other thing, that tell them to stay away from 1752 and Ahinga Lane in Homestead, Florida. Okay, you can't go to that location. It was dropped. What do you want, $1 on that?
That's fine.
$1, count two. Count three, there's probable cause for armed possession with intent to sell it's psilocybin psychedelic mushrooms. What do you want on that? $1?
$2,500?
It's mushrooms. Shrooms.
Whatever, Judge. He's got the hold.
Yeah, what do you want on that, Ms. Corey? $1, 1,500?
$1's fine.
All right, $1, count three. Count four, criminal mischief. There's probable cause for that charge.
There's nothing indicating that there was any sort of intentional damage, and it's kind of hard to figure out how someone jumping over a fence would cause $2,000 worth of damage to a fence, but there has to be intent, Judge. Criminal mischief is a specific intent crime.
Unlawfully running into their home to flee from the police.
So if he intentionally broke down the fence in order to get into the yard, 1,000 on that, Judge?
Count four will be $1,000 bond. Count five, trespass on property is $500, and count six, resisting without violence is $500. So you'll see your judge tomorrow. Have a good day. Corrections, you need me to go over the bonds again or no?
I have 7,500, $1, $1, 1,500, 500.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Thank you.
Next, we have Johnny Jean. Page 2. We're on page 2. Good afternoon, Mr. Jean. You were arrested for strong arm robbery and criminal mischief. I will appoint the public defender's office for you. Ms. Corey, did you have any argument?
I'll agree to $1 on the criminal mischief.
Right. Sir, you were Jessica Stewart, the alleged victim. No contact with her, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home, school, and place of employment at all times. Count one, strong arm robbery. What is it, any priors? Not really. $5,000, count one, and count two, criminal mischief, is $1. And stay away from, I say Miss Stewart, what's her name? Did I see it? Yeah, stay away from Jessica Stewart. So have a good day, sir. Does he have money to post the bonds for it?
Judge, she's not sure if they'll have the full 5,000. Would you be able to lower it a little bit?
All right, I'll set the bond at 3,500 count one and the $1 count two.
Thank you.
Next, he had no prior, so that's okay doing that. Next we have is Maurice Champion, page 2. Good afternoon, sir. You were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm in possession of a firearm, weapon, or ammunition by a minor, subsequent offense. But he's an adult. Anyway, I'm appointing the public defender's office for you.
I don't know if there's a crime for CCF with a subsequent offense. There's PC on count one.
Okay, there's probable cause for count one. Sure, you can carry a firearm concealed. You're a minor. All right, should say you're under 21. You got to be over 21, I believe, to carry it concealed. Pretrial services, alternate bond, $2,500, count one. Do you want me to do $1 count two or release outright, Ms. Corey?
$1's fine.
Pretrial alternate, $2,500, count one, and $1, count two. All right, have a nice day. Next we have is Khalil Williams on page 2. Hi, Mr. Williams. You were arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and possession of a firearm by a minor. Well, he's not a minor. He's under 21.
Right, so that's the reason he can't carry concealed.
Okay. Pretrial services, huh? Pretrial alternate bond, $2,500, count one, $1, count two. Sir, you gotta be over 21 to carry it concealed, okay? Have a good day. Next is Onald Oristil, page 3. It says PCH.
It is, I asked the officer to log on.
Yes, they didn't log on.
We pass it for a few minutes.
Okay,
Oh, actually, she's here, Judge. I apologize.
so let's promote.
Deputy Kelly, you have to accept the promotion to a panelist.
Is the person on, remember the lady from the morning? It was her son, but I don't know if,
No, he got booked later on. He didn't actually get booked until this morning, so he'll be on tomorrow.
so is it Miss Boyd? I forgot. He's not gonna be here till tomorrow, Miss Boyd, if you're here. Good afternoon. This is Mr. Oristil. Sir, I am detective here, deputy. Deputy, can you put on your video and unmute, please?
Good morning, Mr. Wendy. Good morning, Ms. Wendy.
Good afternoon, sir. Deputy Kelly, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. You put your hand down. Please tell us your name and what police department you work for.
I work for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and my name is Officer J. Kelly.
Hey, Deputy. So Judge, if we could have the officer sworn, please.
I just swore in.
I didn't hear it, sorry. Okay, so Deputy Kelly, what's the age of the alleged victim?
He's 73 years old.
Okay, I don't have any more questions, Judge. Actually, no, it's a female, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She's 73 years old. Okay.
Uh-huh. Okay, was that a relative of his, the victim? Is his mother?
No.
Oh, do you have any questions, Ms. Corey?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, Debbie, that was the only issue. You're free to go.
Thank you
I
so
actually
much.
find probable cause for battery on a 65 years or older.
I think it's
The victim lost a tooth. There's probable cause for aggravated battery on the victim over 65.
It doesn't state whether or not it was already an artificial tooth. It doesn't state.
I think there's PC, Judge, if the victim's losing a tooth.
Yeah, it's probable cause.
It doesn't say a tooth fell out and it was dislodged. It just says it was lost. So if she's got like a bridge tooth, that wouldn't be a permanent injury.
Sir, you are ordered to stay away from your mother, Marie Jean. No contact with the alleged victim, either directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, or through third parties, and no contact with the victim through social media or other electronic means. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, her home and school and place of employment at all times. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. Do you understand the stay away order from your mother?
I understand, Ms. Wendy.
I don't know, Ms. Corey actually makes a good point.
I mean, the deputy's still here, so Deputy, do you mind if we ask more about the tooth? If you could unmute and turn on your camera again?
Yes, ma'am.
Or was it like
Did you mean to charge him an aggravated battery on a person 65 or older, or just battery on a person 65 or older?
Aggravated only because it was 65 and older.
But
That's
the
what came
victim,
up once I put the charge of 65 and older, showed as aggravated.
but the victim lost a tooth. How did, like, what were the mechanics of that? How did the tooth come out?
He said that he choked her and the tooth came out. It caused her tooth to come out. She didn't say if it was real or not. When she showed it to me, it was just one tooth. It was in her hand. And it was, she said it that when he choked her, that it made her tooth come out. But I'm not sure if it was a fake tooth or a real tooth. It looked real to me. But
You know, like choking somebody doesn't make your tooth come out. You have to like hit the tooth, right?
I'm sorry.
Like when you choke someone, it doesn't necessarily make a tooth come out. The tooth has to
Yeah,
be.
typically no. She was missing other teeth as well, so I don't know if it was just loose. She was missing a couple in the front, but she had that one tooth in her hand that she said that he caused her to lose.
All right, I'm gonna find thank you, Deputy Stace. Anything else, Miss Corey?
Was there blood on the tooth?
No, there was no blood, but I also came the next day. I wasn't there for the original incident.
So Judge, I would ask that you find only probable cause for battery on a person 65 or older.
Okay, there's probable cause for battery on a person age 65 or older. I'm setting a bond and it's $5,000. Thank you for coming in, Deputy.
2 counts.
No problem. Thank you, ma'am.
2 counts. Count 1, battery on a person 65 or older. What was the criminal mischief?
Let's see.
Her phone.
There's the phone. The phone was found in the broken phone in the middle of the road.
No
You
bag.
still need me, Your Honor?
1 second, I don't know. 150 for the phone.
Okay,
I don't need you anymore. Thank you.
thanks. Happy week.
Luck to you, sir. Just, and you to withdraw the motion for pretrial detention?
Based upon the court's probable cause finding, yes.
Thank you.
So just now that he's getting a bond, he needs to make sure he knows he can't go back home.
You can only go there 1 time with a police officer to get your personal belongings. If you go without the police or if you stay there, you'll get rearrested. Okay. Have a good day. All right, I have a case for the private attorney. The case I passed, Travana Bowens.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You were arrested for a case from May 11th. The charge is armed robbery with a weapon, grand theft, a 3rd-degree felony, and aggravated battery. Are you her attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Dustin Tischler on Ms.
Good afternoon.
Bowen's behalf.
What do you want to say?
Your Honor, I just want to let you know that we arranged her surrender last night voluntarily. The alleged victim's present in court today. He does not wish for any type of stay away order, although I think Your Honor probably will. The one thing he did tell me is that the money that was alleged to have been stolen, he ended up finding after the event in the vehicle, in the back of the vehicle.
All right. Sir, I need you to come up here to be sworn in and we'll take the testimony. Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are going to give in this proceeding will be the truth? If so, state I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please tell me your name.
Roger London.
Are you afraid of Travana Bowens?
No.
Do you want the court to enter an order requiring Ms. Bowens to stay away from you?
No.
Has anybody forced you or threatened you to come to court today to make this statement?
No.
Okay, thank you. State any questions for Mr. London?
No questions.
Mr. Tischler, any questions for your client?
No, Your Honor. Just, well, I guess Mr. London, you find the money that you told the police officer she had taken?
Yeah, it was in the back seat.
How many children do you have with Ms. Bowens?
1.
How old?
1 years old.
Okay. Are you in any fear of her?
No.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
There's a no action domestic. attempted murder. I don't know if it was the same victim. I'll look into it.
I don't know, ma'am, I'm entering a modified stay away order from the alleged victim whose initials are RL. You are allowed to have contact with the alleged victim, RL. You are prohibited from being physically threatening or violent towards him in any manner whatsoever. So only friendly, nonviolent contact is permitted. Do you understand that so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, do not engage in any criminal activity, do not use or possess illegal drugs, and do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons permits to the nearest police department with the court. So you understand the modified stay away order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So Judge, it was the same victim in that attempted murder case. I don't know if the victim may want to think about whether or not he should be having contact with her.
They got a child together. You need to calm down. You're gonna wind up getting locked up in jail for a long, long time. I entered a modified, so it's pepper spray. So it's not aggravated battery for count 3, it's probable cause for battery count 3. State filed a motion for pretrial detention pending final hearing. For armed robbery with a weapon. It says he's telling us he didn't take the cash. And then did you take an additional $100 from your pants pocket?
No, that's not true. I never told him.
Okay. I don't know what you want the state, what do you want to say find probable cause for?
I would ask for grand theft, remember, and, set a bond and we'll deal with it with pre-trial.
You found the money.
Right, I know. I want to set a bond for her and then we'll deal with it when she's out. I'll have an affidavit signed by the victim, send it over to the attorney's office.
All right, count 1, then there's no probable cause. Count 2, there would be no probable cause. And count 3. 1 second. Count 3, there's probable cause for battery. That's $1,000. So release outright count 1, release outright count 2, and it's $1,000 count 3 for battery.
Judge, and that's because the victim is now saying she didn't take the money?
Yep. All right, so I'm going to withdraw your motion based on the PC finding.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
great
luck.
day. Thank you, Your
Have a
Honor.
good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm getting there. Ravon Payton, page 3. Hi, Mr. Payton. You're arrested for fleeing and eluding a police officer. I will appoint the public defender's office for you.
Ron, on his traffic, he received a $1 bond.
Thank you. He has a suspended learner's license and he's fleeing from the police. It's probable cause for the charge. What do you want, $2,500 bond? $2,500 bond. Have a good day. And no driving unless you have a valid driver's license. It's a no drive order. Next is Mario Savan, page 3.
Defendant refused, Your Honor.
He refused court. All right, so let's see. It was medical, NBC, so now it's refusal. So we'll reset it for tomorrow, I guess. Unless you want to accept the appointment now. Ms. Court?
I'm checking it.
What was that case?
If we can reset it for tomorrow.
Reset tomorrow then for Mr. Savan. I'm gonna have to let you fill it out here. the name in case somebody, thank you. Next case is Brian Jimenez, page 4.
He refused as well, Your Honor.
We'll waive his presence.
Make the public defender's office waive presence.
Victim is Barnaby Orozco.
1 second.
Thank you.
So it's 20, appoint the public defender's office waive presence bond of $2,500. Ms. Corey, you gonna get your other stuff together for the instant count?
Yes, Judge. I have Bradley Salter.
Is he there?
He's here, Judge. We just heard back from the state attorney's office and the other county, in Santa Rosa. They're objecting to a bond being set and they're asking that he remain no bond so he can see the judge in Santa Rosa County.
So unfortunately, you have to wait to see the judge in Santa Rosa County. It's gonna stay no bond and reset date will be June, but we're up to June 3rd. All right, they usually come within 15 days. Corrections, can you please make sure there's a transmittal sent to Santa Rosa County so they'll pick them up? Corrections, you able to notify?
Yes, Santa Rosa was notified 5/17, Your Honor.
Okay, well, that's good.
So it's no bond set for report 6-3.
Yes, please. Is there anything else, Ms. Corey?
Judge, that's the only one I have. I also see that Mr. Nazarian is on the list. I think he had a private attorney. I'm not sure.
Did have a private attorney.
If he was able to get through, he was gonna pop in, but the reset for Mr. Nazarian was 6-3. Sir, we're waiting to hear back from your lawyer, so he obviously hasn't heard anything yet, so we'll see you back. If he's able to get a bond, we'll bring you back in. Okay, thank you. So that's it for the afternoon. I hope everybody has a very nice.
Thank you, Judge. See you tomorrow.